is a two-day women gathering, provides a foundation ground to develop on an agenda of solidarity among women of South Sudan as the permanent constitution is concerned. Ladies and gentlemen, with a very warm round of applause and appreciation, join me in recognizing the strength and resilience of the most powerful creation that God has ever made, and that is you, women. Give yourselves a big round of appreciation. To commence the program, allow me to recognize the presence of all our officials and dignitaries that have graced the gathering. I would love to say Honorable Dr. Joseph Akechgeng, the Minister of Youth and Sports, Honorable Dr. Riang Yarzwar, the Chairperson of the National Review Constitution Commission, Honorable Margaret Mathiang, the National Gender Analyst for UNDP, Honorable Tabitha Guang, former Minister of Parliamentary Affairs, Upper Nile State, Dr. Elizabeth Alberto, lecturer at the University of Bahr el Ghazal, who also facilitated the same convention in Western Bahr el Ghazal, WOW, Justice Adonye, the head of the Secretariat, Legal Secretary, Justice Reform Committee, Ms. Adut Christina, the Executive Director for the South Sudan Women Empowerment Network, all the partners, all women-led organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, to elevate the ambience of today's gathering, may the protocols and all the orders remain highly observed and respected. And as we commence, allow me to also introduce myself so you know who is hosting and moderating your event. My name is Sarah Atoj. I'm a journalist by profession and passion, and I will be moderating this convention for the next 2 days. The best way to start this program is to start with a word of acknowledgement and prayer, and I'm going to open the platform for any volunteer who would love to start and give us a word of prayer. Thank you. Let's give her a warm round of applause.
خلينا نقوم فوق عشان نقدم شكر لربنا. رح ننهني ونرفع يدينا ونقول لربنا شكرا. رح نقول شكرا لك يا إلهنا أبو ربنا يسوع المسيح من أجل هذا اليوم الجميل، هذا اليوم الذي صنعه الرب فلنستمتع فيه. خلينا نشكر الله. إلهنا وأبونا أبو ربنا يسوع المسيح، إله القادر على كل شيء. الله نحن بنشكرك من أجل اليوم ده الليلة يا رب، وبنشكرك يا ربنا من أجل هذا البرنامج. الله بنشكرك عشان انت قدت بناتك من كل الأماكن اللي هم كانوا جايين وانت وصلتهم هنا بالسلامة يا رب. الله نحن بنطلب قيادة من عندك يا الله، انك تقودنا بروحك القدوس وبمجدك. نحن بنعلي اسمك الله، انك تحمينا بملائكتك يا سيد، في اسم ربنا يسوع المسيح انا صليت. امين. Thank you.
Thank you so much. God bless you. Why are we selfish with our hands? Let's give her a warm round of applause. May God bless you. Thank you for blessing the start of our event with a word of prayer. Ladies and gentlemen, the South Sudan Women Empowerment Network has been very vocal on women issues since 2005. And today they have brought women from different sectors to discuss and integrate women's priorities into the permanent constitution. For this, let us welcome and put our hands together for the Executive Director for the South Sudan Women Empowerment Network to come and address the gathering with a welcoming remark. Ms. Adut, you're highly welcome.
It's an honor to be here before you all. All protocols observed. Colleagues from the NGO fraternity, media houses present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Adut Christina Salva, the Executive Director of South Sudan Women Empowerment Network, an organization that was established in 2005 with an aim to promote, to empower human rights and build peaceful societies in the Republic of South Sudan. SWEN envisions a community free of gender bias, empowered and self-reliant women enjoying fundamental rights, and this is achievable if we all unite. SSWEN has worked with several organizations, among them UNICEF, United Nations Democracy Fund, European Union, NPA, UN Women, OSEA, among others, are all aimed at empowering women and promoting human rights. It's an honor to be here today to discuss a topic that is not only timely but crucial for the future of South Sudan: the importance of mobilizing and building women's movements around a gender-responsive constitution. South Sudan stands at a critical juncture in its history as we strive to create a stable and just society. The need for a constitution that reflects the values of equality and inclusivity has never been more urgent. A gender-responsive constitution is not just a legal document, it's a foundation upon which we can build a society that respects and upholds the rights of all its citizens, especially women. Women are the backbones of our communities. They are the caretakers, the mothers, the educators, the workers, and the leaders. Yet, despite their invaluable contributions, women in South Sudan continue to face significant challenges, including discrimination, violence, and limited access to opportunities and resources. To address these issues, we must ensure that our constitution explicitly protects women's rights and promote gender equality. You might wonder why we must mobilize and build women's movement around the constitution. Here are a few reasons. The voices for change. Mobilizing and building women's movements ensures women's voices are heard and considered in constitutional drafting. Women bring unique perspectives and experiences essential for creating a balanced and equitable legal framework. Collective power. Unity has immense power. When women come together to advocate for their rights, they create a formidable force that can influence policy and drive social change. A united women's movement can push for the inclusion of gender-specific provisions in the Constitution, ensuring that it addresses the specific needs and challenges women face. Accountability and implementation. A gender-responsive constitution is the first step. Ensuring its implementation and holding leaders accountable requires continuous advocacy and monitoring. Women movements play a crucial role in this process by keeping spotlight on gender issues and demanding action from the government and other stakeholders. Now, what can we do as women groups and gender advocates? The first step is through education and awareness. Educating women about the rights and the importance of a gender-responsive constitution is essential. Awareness campaigns, workshops, and community meetings can help inform women and encourage them to participate in the constitutional process. Building networks. Creating networks and coalitions of women's groups can amplify their impact. These groups can share resources, strategies, and support by working together, making their advocacy efforts more effective. Engaging men and boys. Most times we leave them out, but this time for gender equality to be effective, they have to be included. It's a society issue. Engaging women and boys in the movement helps to challenge and change harmful gender norms and practices, in thus creating a more supportive environment of gender equality. Leveraging media and technology. Utilizing media and technology can help reach a wider audience and mobilize support. Social media campaigns, radio programs, and online platforms can spread the message and encourage broader participation in the movement. My conclusion is a call to action. The journey towards a gender-responsive constitution in South Sudan is a collective effort that requires the active participation and leadership of women. By mobilizing and building strong women movements, we can ensure that our constitution reflects the value of equality, justice, and inclusivity. Let us come together, united in our vision for a better future. Let us raise our voices, demand our rights, and work tirelessly to create a South Sudan where every woman and every girl can live with dignity, respect, and opportunity. Thank you all for this opportunity.
Thank you so much. Remark from the Executive Director for the South Sudan Women Empowerment Network. As we move forward, ladies and gentlemen, we were initially supposed to have a couple of remarks, and I want to recognize or appreciate their absentia. That was a remark that was supposed to be coming from the we're going to be having a remark coming from the National Constitution Review Commission, remarks from the UN Women's Country Representative, remarks from OSIA, and also remarks from a couple of individuals. But as we move forward, we have a slight change, and we're going to be calling for an official remark from the Minister of Youth and Sports, and that is Honorable Dr. Joseph Geng Akech. Ladies and gentlemen, with a warm round of applause, may we welcome the Honorable Minister to address the audience.
Thank you very much. I was busy taking my notes. I thought I was going to come much later. But this is good because I requested that I may have to leave earlier. Justice Jonyi, my brother Dr. Yang, the chair of the National Constitutional Review Commission, the executive director of SSWEN, Mr. Dut, leaders present here in your respective protocols, good morning. When I received the invitation to attend this very important gathering by women and with women, I could not resist to come. As you've heard, they say that women and youth are the majority in this country. But they have left out something. We are the backbone of this country. Because women, we know from the struggle of our liberation to date, they are the economy, they provide livelihoods to our people. Youth also participated in this struggle. So I think the true description of women and youth is that they are the backbone of our society. I will make my remarks in two parts. Very briefly, the discussion here, I'm told, is about the constitution-making process, gathering the views of women in this process. And so I think we are discussing the nature and meaning of a constitution. As a constitutional scholar myself, I think a conversation like this could not be very important at a time when the country is embarking on a new constitution. But without boring you with the academic description of a constitution, I think we could say that for us to gather today and talk about the views of women in a constitution, it must mean that it's a social contract. And this is a long-standing description of what a constitution entails. And it basically speaks to the fact that it's a consensus among the different constituencies in a society, be it women, youth, political parties, and the rest. And more recently, it's been discussed as a power map because the power under the Constitution is very important. And so Constitution really is a conversation about power. So I think it's a very of this conversation. And it's important that we don't just say we are gathering here today to discuss the Constitution. It's been a historical journey from pre-modern Sudan to independence of the Sudan, when we engaged as Southern Sudanese demanding our share in that governance, to when we became independent in 2011. And then the process started, it was halted by the violence in 2013, and now we're also discussing the constitution under the peace agreement. So I am sure you are reminding yourself about this history, because it is important when you discuss as women leaders your roles in constitution making that you also look to history, because there's so much you bring along. But I think the most important discussion you must have is what are the issues under the current constitution. The youth have gathered and they produced a charter, but as usual, it's about the issues. What do we want the constitution to contain? And what comes to mind is the power and resources. The politicians will be more concerned with these two, and so does the society. Power and resources. There's also the human rights under the constitution. All this can be summed up under the nature of the state we want as people of South Sudan. What type of state do we want? So those are the issues arising under the current constitution. For women, I think that the debate that we are aware of, and I'm sure you are aware of this, is that there's this question of the affirmative action of 35%. Is it adequate? How is it effective? What can we do about it? We've seen the National Election Amendment Bill, which later on became a law, puts forward also 35% women list. You know, how do we participate in this? Is it competitive, or do we just select? Then our current constitution, part 2, entails a revised Bill of Rights. What does it contain for women in terms of those Bill of Rights? But fundamentally, sometimes when we gather, we look around, we see that we are elites, people, the so-called people who read and write. But what about women in the rural areas? What about those that are not here, who may not speak foreign languages? So the debate also is about this constituency called youth and women. Are they the people in town, or do they include people around the country, the rural community? And how do they get involved in the conversation? And lastly, the English description of literate and illiterate is awful. But to say those who read and write and those who don't. Sometimes there is a problem with that those who read arrogate to themselves that they know everything than those who don't read. So what about women who don't read, don't speak Arabic and English? How do they come on board? In conclusion, I invite you to deliberate maybe on 2 important things. This does not, by all accounts, belittle the points I made earlier on. But I think the first is to look at who you are. Do you bring the views of the people that are not in the room or not? I think that's very important in becoming influential as you engage. We've told the youth this also, that you are entitled to your own opinions, but leave the room for consensus, because others also have their views. And lastly, and we've had this conversation with the chief of the National Constitution Review Commission and the political parties. There's this thing that we say, oh, the current constitution, we need a permanent constitution. We don't like the current constitution. I think we run a risk of being naive by criticizing something we don't know. So the starting point, and this I know you know, is to study the current constitution. To study the current constitution. In doing so, even this word we call gender responsive constitution, you need to define it. What does it mean? I think to me it must mean 2 things. One, that the substantive structure of the constitution, that is the Bill of Rights, the rights that have been provided to women, are all included in the Constitution. But it must also mean that you have corresponding institutions to implement those rights, be it judiciary, Human Rights Commission, and other institutions. Because to be responsive, you must have the rights that will then be demanded to be implemented. We also know, if you dig deep in terms of these rights, that there are certain rights that are technically progressive. So you cannot hold government accountable for having not provided immediately. So what are those? How do you anchor them in the current Constitution? So there is a need to have your technical introspection to see that your contributions in the constitution-making process takes into account the current constitutional framework, and that you also dialogue with the other constituencies, whether they are youth or political parties, in that regard. I thank you very much, and congratulations on having this very important dialogue this morning.
That was a remark from the Minister of Youth and Sports. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, as we proceed forward, we have officially commenced the event by a welcoming remark from the Executive Director and also the Minister of Youth. And now we will be having a very important speech that is coming from a very critical body that was recently formed to ensure that we have a fully represented constitution. And this remark is going to be coming from Honorable Dr. Riang Yarzwar, who is the chairperson of the National Review Constitution Commission. Let's give him a warm round of applause as he comes to address us.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I do recognize the presence of here proposals that are to be made for the amendment of the current constitution should also be made to the NCRC as submissions for consideration when we are embarking on drafting the constitution. So the current process is going to be a very short one, and if you take a parallel process of amending the current constitution, by the time you succeed with the amending the current constitution, a new constitution will be in place. Therefore, my advice is for the women of South Sudan to take seriously a position in terms of making submissions to the constitution-making process that is currently ongoing. The current process is designed in such a way that there are a number of mechanisms. We could say about 5 of them. And one of them, the first and the leading one, is the National Constitutional Review Commission. And when you look at the agreement talks of inclusion of the women in the compositions of each of these mechanisms. And therefore, for NCRC, the agreement talks of 35%. And then when the act, the Constitution Making Process Act was made, it was made in such a way that 35% of the membership of the commission must be women. This is a provision that cuts across the board when you establish government institutions. It must be respected. And then you have the CDC, where the drafting will be done. And there, too, 35% of women will be observed in terms of the composition of the membership of the CDC. And then we will have a preparatory subcommittee that will convene the National Constitutional Conference. There, too, women will be represented. by at least 35% of the total membership of the committee. And then in that committee, together with the NCRC, the demand is not just 35%. The demand is also about the leadership of the institutions. For example, if the chairperson of the NCRC is a male, the deputy must be a female. And this is the same thing with the preparatory subcommittee, where you will have 25 members, and then including the chair and the deputy. If the chair is a woman, then the deputy will be a man. So this is how seriously inclusion of women is taken by the political leadership of the country. But the question is that enough? Is 35% enough for women? I do not think that this is enough. And you should take this process of constitution making to highlight that this is not enough. We need more than that. The other issue that you need to look at is that when we say 35%, we mean at least 35%. It should go more. 35% is just the bottom line. And sometimes that is not met. And when it is not met, they met. And they should need an answer to that. Then we have a national constitutional conference where women groups are to be representing the women of South Sudan. There, I believe that those who will come through the women groups will be women, but that is not enough. In other sectors, women should also be included by at least 35%, so that a good number of women becomes members of the National Constitutional Conference, where the first draft of the Constitution will be validated and the second draft will be made, so that a good number of women should be there when the final draft of the Constitution is made. So these are things that we have to build up on. 35% must be met, but then in the constitution making process, we should demand an increase to that. And then the idea that when there is a leader who is a woman, the deputy should be a man, or when there is a leader who is a man, the deputy should be a woman. That must also be demanded. So at NCRC, we are committed to the respect of the provisions of the agreement, the Constitution, and the Constitution Making Process Act 2022 with regards to promotion and protection of the rights of women of South Sudan through the Constitution Making process. We therefore make a request to you that you do more mobilization of women in the country around these issues, and then you come up with a comprehensive submission where issues that are important to women are reflected so that they are considered in drafting the new constitution. And I will stop here, and I thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, we're going to engage the audience. As we come to gather for this conference or convention, which is the National Women's Constitutional Convention, under the theme Engendering the Transitional, it's engendering. I hope my accent doesn't sound like endangering. So it is engendering the Transitional Constitution of South Sudan For the next 2 days, as women-led organizations, as women who are participating in this actively, and remember when we say a permanent constitution is yet to be formed, that means it is not going to easily be changed afterwards. So what are the expectations of conversations you want to be held in this coming 2 days? What are the issues you want to be addressed such that we have a permanent constitution where we are content and included? I'm giving this to the audience. And I might do a random pass of the microphone. Hi, Mama Zahra.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Women power. These women, they are not ready for the constitution. Are you ready to make your own constitutions? No, they are not ready. Can we stand up? We stand up. We show the Dr. Riang and Minister Geng and whoever who is here that we are ready to make our own constitution. Are we ready? Yes. Are we ready? Yes. Women power. Okay, now we are going to start before I give my submission. From here, two. Then here, to whom does it belong to? To whom does it belong to in a base? Then including you, journalists, to me, this constitution you are making, you are not making for anybody. You are not making for Riak, you are not making for Salva, you are not making for High Table. You are making the constitution for yourself. It is yourself. You either make it or you die. Okay? Kaya, yala namshi. Two. Continue. To whom does it belong to? Continue. Belong to. Yala, to me. Thank you. Fadal Julus. Thank you. You have all confessed that you are making the constitutions for yourselves. And we have powerful people here, they have heard. If you don't make a constitution for yourself tomorrow, don't complain, Gali. Anna mamul, anna mashaorina, wanna. No. Let us be keen as we have submitted that we are making our own constitutions. Sit down. Now, my honorable chair, you have said something that has touched me, that has given me momentum. You see, I can't even jump. Yesterday, I had an injury in my leg, but today the injury is gone after you have spoken. Gali, I want to know if the chairperson is a woman and deputy, should be, I don't know legal language, but you will guide us, should be or must be a woman. Does it include in all the levels of governance, including the presidency? Because, don't laugh, we are making our own constitution. I want to be clear. We are going to reach out. We are going to reach out to the people. And this is what we are going to tell the citizens of South Sudan. These are the questions that are going to come out. And we want to go clearly, this is blue, this is black, this is white. So that everybody knows. Gali, when you go, you make a constitution, the constitution is blue, not green, blue. And when you go, you want to constitution to be blue, you say blue, okay? The other issue is about, we have spoken about women, and we are here for women. And women work with youth. We are the majority in the country. I've not heard anything you have spoken about the youth and persons with disabilities. We also have our own women who are persons with disabilities. They have been left out, and including the elderly. Without the elderly, we could not have been here. So we want the Constitution Review Commission, as it was said, has to be inclusive. Everybody must be included. Yalla, I'll have a chance next time. Then, last but not least, when are you launching the civic education? I know you are reviewing the current constitution vis-a-vis the R-axis. The last 2012 constitution making process, people went out and submissions were brought. Now, I want you to clarify to us
is NCRC going out again to create awareness so that these women, including myself, can bring submissions. Because of been waiting, we have our own submissions. The ones we made before and there are new ones because of the changes. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. We're going to be sharing expectations, and you can raise your hands, and I'll pass the microphone right away. When she spoke about civic education, this is a very important aspect, because if somebody doesn't know, they have no idea about what they are supposed to address or their right, then they cannot be included. So civic education and engagement is reaching out to the grassroots, to even the people that don't know what is happening, so they can have an idea and also have a say and to participate inclusively.
Thank you for giving the opportunity. My question is directly to His Excellency, the Chair of National Review Commission. He mentioned important things that even women in WOW were so much concerned about it. He said that the upcoming engendering peace, engendering constitution needs to be inclusive by including the women at the rural areas. And that is really very important. I want him even to elaborate more. What are the modalities that you have taken so far to reach the women at the grassroots level? Because they are part of the constitution. Thank you very much.
Let's clap for her. Thank you so much. You can as well tell us your name, what you do, whatever preferable way you want us to know you by, and then give your address.
Thank you so much, MC. My name is Amer Manyok Deng. I'm a chairperson of Women Bloc of South Sudan. I'm one of the negotiators of 35% affirmative action, and I signed for the first time for Women of South Sudan in the agreement, and that one has made a very serious momentum of women knowing their right. The only challenge is, are we united? That is the question I will leave in the floor to all my sisters around here, because we need to unite for the purpose of achieving our rights. Dear Honorable Minister of Youth and Sport, Honorable Gang, I really appreciate your statements about women and youth are the backbone of the country. Indeed, we are the backbone of this country. But such a forum is the one that will bring us together so that we will know exactly we are the backbone of this country. The challenge is, do youth and women of South Sudan know their rights? How can they demand their rights? Because youth have 20% and women have 35%. The total is 55%. And that 55%, we can be a majority in the next coming election anywhere. So we need to work hard so that the youth know their right, because the violence which is escalating in the whole country, youth are playing a very great, I don't know, is it a great role? Yeah, the great role is yesterday when they were in the stadium, in the football stadium. They play a great role in the basketball. We like that. But what is happening in the ground, whereby the country having a lot of challenges here and there, the communal violence, is youth. Women are busy, which I don't blame them, because in the market, sustaining the life of their children. So indeed, we have a very big challenge, which is the election coming, and we are not 100% sure. I am not 100% sure. Is the election coming really? So I wanted that question from the commissioner of the National Constitution Review. Is there election? And if there is election, what are the signs that we are not feeling? As the majority women leaders in this country, we are not feeling that sign that the election is coming. And if it is real, should it be a real business that we are doing in this country? So, and then we also need the commissioner to update us of the progress, because since the commission was formed some month back, we are not seeing the progress. What is going on? So we need to update us more. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to clarify a point. We're going to have a panel discussion where you will have the opportunity to ask questions. For now, tell me, what are your expectations today and tomorrow? What do you expect to be addressed in the conversations that we'll be holding here today and tomorrow? We will have a panel discussion coming up next. You will address your questions directly to every individual that will participate in the panel. Thank you. You can as well be very brief so we can save time.
Yeah, thank you. أنا اسمي فيكي نيانود. أنا المسؤولة بتاعت Women Caucus شمال بحر غزال. بس أنا كنت عايز أتكلم عن عامل بتاع اللغة، لأنه إحنا عندنا هنا مناطق حدودية، والمناطق الحدودية غالبا هم بيتحدثوا بالعربي ومنهم البسيط باللغة الإنجليزية. فإحنا قاعدين نسأل بيحق إنه للزول اللي بيتكلم بالعربي إنه هو يشارك في الدستور، وهل الكتابة بتاع الدستور كله رح يتم باللغة الإنجليزية، ولا ناس بتاعين عربي هم حيكونوا عندهم فرصة للمشاركة؟ وإذا هو بيكون موجود، فإحنا قاعدين نطالب من حسة في المشاركة بتاعنا هنا إنه يكون في ترجمة، لأنه عندنا أغلب الناس، في ناس عندنا هنا هم ما بيسمعوا اللغة الإنجليزية بطريقة جيد، ومن الأفضل في المشاركة إنك أنت تفهم صلب الموضوع باللغة اللي أنت بتفهمه وبتقدر تجيده. شكرا.
Thank you. We will address this right away. We will have somebody translating from English to Arabic directly. Expectations?
Once again, my expectation is that we in the House, we have seen that the big elephant is coming, which is constitution making process. How can we unite? كيف قدرنا نوحدوا النساء من في هذا الواقع للقومي عشان كلوا نطلع نقرروا الدستور العايزينه. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My expectation for the 2 days workshop as a women of South Sudan, to discuss and identify the gaps and how we want our constitution to look like. Again, I'm by name Gisma. I prefer to be called Gisma Magara. I work with South Sudan Human Rights Defender Network. التوقع بتاعي لليومين الليلة وبكرة إنه إحنا نشوف الثغرات وين، وإحنا عايزين الدستور بتاعنا الدائم يكون كيف إحنا كنساء في جنوب السودان. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Akoy Elijah. I work for Action for Children Development Foundation South Sudan. I'm their liaison officer. My expectation for this 2 days conference, it's as our mom talked earlier about the civic education. How are we going to enlighten the woman who is in the grassroots to know her right? Because civic education is very important and we have to understand it. Number 2, it's about the constitution itself. There are articles. How are we going to know? How are we going to go through them? Because if you are going to participate, you also need to understand the content. Then you express your needs. أنا قلت إنه يومين ده أن إحنا دايرين نعملوا تهوية، نفهم طريقة لأن إحنا بنقدر نصل للمرأة الريفية مرة اللي هناك في البلد اللي ما قادر ما بتقرأ وما بتكتب لكن هي عندها علم. نحن كيف ندخله كمان يكون يعني جزء من المشاركة في constitution ده كلام نمرة واحد. نمرة اثنين كمان لازم نفهمه لازم نفهمه في المواد بتاع الconstitution ذاته. الدستور هو بيتكلم في مادة كده ومادة كده، هو بيقول شنو وانت كمرة انت بتقول صوتك كيف. شكرا.
بالنسبة للناس اللي عايزين ترجمة عربية، البرنامج مقسم لجزئين. الجزء الأول ده كان افتتاح، وفيه انتوا شفتوا الوزير يتكلم والرئيس بتاع المفوضية برضو يتكلم. والمرحلة اللي احنا فيه حاليا دي مرحلة التوقعات. كلنا عارفين انه ده مؤتمر بتاع الدستور قومي، فانتوا كنساء بتمثلوا غنى. الدستور ده ماشي يكون دستور قومي، يعني ما بيعدلوا تاني بفترة قريبة. فتوقعاتكم شنو انه في اليومين ده حنتكلم عن شنو وتوصياتكم حتكون شنو؟ ده السؤال اللي اتطرح قبالك. لو انت عندك مداخلة باللغة العربية برضو ممكن تشارك. شكرا.
Yes, thank you so much. When I listen to this Arabic, it reminds me of on Roman, very tough. Anasatuma Fahim Hajaman Fogo. But thank you so much. My name is Mandela. I work for Society Transformation for Equal Rights as the Executive Director. I thank the Executive Director for SSWEN for inviting me to be part of this important process today. And also thank the Chairperson of NCRC and other people for coming to this important event. When people come for this, it shows that they are really taking it serious. My expectation is that, already being mentioned by one lady, that we needed really, when we're talking about the Constitution, let us identify what gaps are there. You already know the Constitution initially talked about 25%, but as per the agreement was now elevated to 35%. And you know the 35%, what were the gaps in that 35%? Was it fully implemented? Was something lacking? What is there with the Constitution, the Bill of Rights? Was it implemented? Was it lacking? What is the gap? After we've identified those gaps, then we talk about coming up with an action point or a proposal that will be served to the NCRC and various stakeholders to inform particularly the decision of the NCRC. Remember, we're making a permanent constitution, and permanent constitution without the voice of women will not be a constitution. That's what I can say. Two, as we're deliberating, we need to put in the issue of disability inclusion. Within women, there are women with disabilities. Within the youth, there are youth with disabilities. But these persons with disabilities or these women with disabilities have been relegated to the bench. They are there, spectators, enjoying what people have been, like the other people have been playing. So we need to make this constitution inclusive of persons with disability. When we are talking about affirmative action, there should also be affirmative actions for persons with disabilities so that they can be able to participate equally in this country. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. My name is Yar Manawa from the Chamber of Commerce. I'm a business lady by profession. My expectation for from this workshop is to identify how the business women can contribute into the constitution making process. The women are the backbone. The business is the backbone of the economy, and 99% of the women are actually in the markets, are working. And if we cannot involve them effectively, because if they go out of their workplace, that day they will not have income, because it's hand to mouth. What they do is a daily work. They get money from there and they feed their families. So we want to see how that segment of the society can be reached and for them to contribute. I expect that we address that one. Another one is to address the issue of wealth sharing. The Honorable Minister talked about power and Bill of Rights, something like that, but he did not talk about the wealth sharing. Now, the 90% of the wealth is in the hand of men, few in the hand of women. Even though the women are the one who are, working much, they are the breadwinners of the families. But that big chunk of money, it is not in their hand. So we want that wealth sharing between the men and women. The youth of today, the girls and the boys of today are the elders and the men of tomorrow. So from today, if you cannot give them the wealth and how to keep that wealth, in the future they will play with it, and we are playing with the wealth of the generation to come. So I would want how we can address the issue of wealth sharing. Thank you.
I will take two more expectations from two participants, and then we proceed with the other agendas of the program.
صباح الخير للجميع. أنا بشكر شبكة تمكين المرأة لدعوتها لنا. أنا اسمي رؤى أجوانجود من شمال من ولاية عالي النيل الرنج، مدير تنفيذي لمنظمة وطنية إيبوني وومن أو المرأة الأبنوسية للتنمية. التوقعات بتاعتي أصلا دي ما توقعات، نحن جايين جاهزين بمشاكلنا بحاجاتنا، لأنه في حاجات كثيرة قاعد تصادفنا وقاعد تلاقينا نحن كنسوان. المشاكل بتاعتنا دي لما اللجنة بتاعت صياغة الدستور نقعدوا معاها، ما نحن جايين نتوقع، نحن جايين نوريها دي المشاكل بتاعنا، حاجات بتاعنا، الانتهاكات، الحقوق، المطالبات. أنا قاعدة أقعد مع نسوان كثيرة في عالي النيل. أننا في عالي النيل عندنا عادات وتقاليد بتنتهك حقوق المرأة، بتخش لنا في حقنا كنسوان. العادات والتقاليد دي ده الزمن اللي احنا ممكن نطلب انه تتغير، ولا نطلب انه احنا ما نقدر نتقيد بها، لانه ما ممكن حقك يضيع بسبب انه دي غلط، ده عيب. المفترض الحاجات اللي قاعدين يفترضوها المجتمعات انه نتقيد بها. المشاكل بتاعتنا كل ما نطرحها ونناقشها احنا ما قاعدين نلقى دعم ولا بنلقى تغيير. عشان نلقى دعم ونلقى تغيير احنا لازم الكلام ده يتجاز في الدستور. طالما القانون بيجيب في حق المرأة اكيد حيكون في تغيير في الانتهاكات، في الحقوق، في الواجبات، في حاجات كثيرة. فنحن عندنا مشاكل في التعليم، في الصحة، في الإنجاب، في الأمومة الآمنة، في الصحة الإنجابية، في مشاكل كثيرة. يعني لو قلنا نتحدث عن مشاكل بتاعت المرأة، والمشكلة ياها اللي بتودينا إنه المشكلة لو ما اتحلت مضبوطة بقانون، وده الأسباب اللي بتخلي القانون يجي في حقنا. نحن عندنا حق، نحن ما عندنا حق طالما نحن بنلقى ما بنلقى تلبية لحقوقنا، بنبقى وما بنلقى تمثيل دستوري. يعني 35% ولا 30% ولا 25% ممكن يكون ده على وجه بس انه دي نسبة، لكن ما في تمثيل حقيقي على أرض الواقع. في مشاكل كثيرة قاعدين نناقش فيها. نحن لازم، أنا توقعاتي إنه نحن نناقش مشاكلنا دي عشان نصل لحلول، عشان نصل لنصوص دستورية واضحة بتجيب في حقنا وبتقدر تساعدنا لقدام ونقدر نمشي بها لقدام. أنا بشكر الجميع، ونحن أي مرة جاية من منطقة تمثل منطقتها عشان تتكلم بالصوت اللي هي بتقدر توصل به وبتقدر تغير به أي حق هي شايفاه مطلوب، نحن نطالب به. بعد ذاك نشوف القانون بيقيس لنا شنو، ولسه مطالباتنا بتكون مواصلة. المرة دي أجازوا لنا حاجة، المرة الجاية تاني بنطالب يجيزوا لنا باقي حاجات كثيرة. شكرا.
شكرا. أنا همشي في توقعات مباشر. التوقع بتاعي أنا قاعدة أتوقع جبالك في أختي قالت هل صحيح النسوان هم متحدين؟ نعم إحنا متحدين. الاتحاد والوحدة بين النسوان قاعد يتم كيف؟ حاليا إحنا هنا قاعدين نكون 10 ولايات و3 إداريات، وكلهم بيكونوا مرة نسوان هم موجودين هنا، وبعد شوي لما نحن نكون عندنا استراحة هنتعارف ما بيناتنا. أنا هعرف زول من على النيل وعلى النيل هيعرف من إكواتوريا، والنسوان دول كلهم هم هيتحدوا مع بعض وهيتوحدوا مع بعض بصوت واحد. نحن هنقول women. نحن ما بنرجع ورا، احنا بنتقدم. احنا بنطالب انه القانون اللي بيعمل حماية للمرأة والطفلة يكون موجود على ارض الواقع في الدستور بتاع جنوب السودان. ده توقع اللي انا قاعد اقوله حاليا. احنا متحدين متوحدين. اما بالنسبة لنا في شمال بحر غزال ويل، النسوان الموجودين هناك كلهم متحدين. قد النظر عن الاحزاب، احنا هناك ما بنعيد بالاحزاب ولا بالقبائل، احنا بنعيد بالصوت بتاع المرأة وبنقول women.
Yeah, all protocol remain observed. My name is Aluma Alex Martin. I work for National Women Empowerment and Rehabilitation Organization as a program coordinator. My expectation, I have two expectations. One is to understand who is a youth, because the Constitution defines a child, someone 18 years below. But up to date, I don't understand who is a youth in terms of age bracket and young people. Two, my expectation is for some excluded group of women, like women who are living with HIV. They are being discriminated, especially when they are involved in livelihood activities. We have also other groups of women that are engaged in mining activities. These women, what are their rights, especially when it comes to mineral exploitation, especially these women where this oil exploration is taking place, they are facing a lot of hazard, health hazard. What are the protection measures that we think we can reflect in our constitution? Thank you.
We'll take the last question from that lady and we proceed. The last expectation.
Thank you for the opportunity. So mine is like, it's like an expectation. The Honorable Minister talked about the positions. For example, if the chair is a man, a lady can be the deputy. But my expectation, it's about the gender equity. For example, it's okay for it to be chaired by a man and also chaired by, the deputy can be also a man, so that it depends on the qualification of that person. Because sometimes it will force an organization like to bring maybe, for example, more women in the organization, although they are not qualified, but they just give them so that they know that the organization is doing gender equality or something like that. But if it is gender equity, a woman can be head and also chaired by a woman. Let it be just according to your profession and capability and standard to lead that office. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for participating in this engaging session, which is the expectation sharing session. As we proceed, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very important agenda that is coming forward, and I already told you that we'll be having a panel discussion. This panel discussion is going to be moderated by Mr. Atem Daniel Dow, and he will introduce his panelists and also the topics of conversation in the panel discussion. Let us welcome Mr. Atem Daniel to come and take us through the panel discussion session.
Thank you so much, my colleague Sarah Atoch. And I would love to start by saying that may the protocol remain observed. My name is Atem Daniel Dow, and I work as program manager with the South Sudan Women Empowerment Network. I am also a host of the Youthful Youth program at SSBC. I co-host it along with my colleague Sarah Atoch. And I am also the founder of the Association of South Sudanese Young Entrepreneurs. as well as the founder of Come Let's Read initiative. I wear many different caps, and whenever I'm given an opportunity, I utilize it to introduce myself. As it was said earlier that this session is going to be a panel discussion, and before I call forward our panelists, allow me to recognize the presence of women that I consider are doing something significant in South Sudan. I recognize the presence of Honorable Atong Majunkur, the chairperson of South Sudan Media Authority, the chairperson of the board of directors. She sits in a very critical position, and I as well acknowledge the presence of Dr. Elizabeth Joseph Shadar, the Director of Gender at the Office of the Vice President for Gender and Youth Cluster, Mama Rebecca Nyandeng de Mabior. And lastly, I recognize the presence of our able economist, Ms. Achu Jarvis Yak. She is resource mobilization with FAO. We recognize your presence, Achu. So to proceed with the program, I would love to call forward our able Minister of Youth, Honorable Joseph. Welcome to the stage. Let's put our hands together to Honorable as he steps forward. And also, whatever that you like. So let's also welcome Justice Ajunyi, a very powerful woman that I met her in 2012, and I've been learning quietly from what she's doing as far as judiciary is concerned. I welcome also the chairman of the critical committee that was recently formed. And I think people already asked him many questions. Mr. Chairman, you are highly welcome. Lastly, I welcome Honorable Atong Majunkur to come forward. And please clap for her as she is coming forward. The purpose of this panel discussion is to look at women's rights in constitutional context. Is it clear? Women's rights in constitutional context. We only have one microphone, and I think we will be moving it around. I am giving it to Minister Joseph because I'll ask him the first question. Honorable Minister, we want you, before we go ahead and dive into a deep conversation, define for us what is constitutionalism and why is it important for a democratic society? And I'm giving you 3 minutes to respond to this question.
That's a very difficult question to give to a minister in the morning like this. But I guess it comes with a job that if you are a minister, you have to live up to the occasion. I think that when we talk of a constitution, we must look into the history. And the history will give us two things. First, the history will give us the authority, people who have written about the subject matter. Whether they are academics, whether political leaders, people who have indulged themselves in the research around the Constitution. But we also see the practice in terms of judiciary, the decisions that are made there. When one looks at these two, the characterization that is now part of a constitution is that constitutionalism is about a limitation of power of government. The idea of having a constitution is that when we send our cows, for those who keep cows, to the grazing land, there's usually a place where it's designated for them. They don't go anywhere they like. So a government is limited in its power by a constitution. This includes definition of the different power dynamics, but also the extent to which individuals holding those positions can make decisions. In our constitution, we have something called schedules. After having passed the substantive part of a constitution, you find the schedules there. They talk about concurrent powers, powers that may be exercised by the national government as well as states. They talk about residual powers, powers that may be exercised by a jurisdiction which had original power when we became a state. There was this discussion last in trying to pass a vote of no confidence in one governor. And there was a discussion whether they have a competence or not under the Constitution. And that is a classic example of constitutionalism, in the sense that it's a limitation of government power to exercise in relation to what has been designated to them under the Constitution. And this is not a simple thing, because constitutionalism is a basis of good governance. It's a basis of understanding. It's a basis of cooperation, because government will have different levels. In our case, we have the national, we have state and local government. Their coordination is very important in service delivery and dispensing constitution, but also in agreeing on the objectives of foreign relations, of foreign policy position. So that's what I can say in short about constitutionalism as a limitation of powers, which means even as women, our aspirations under the Constitution must be exercised within constitutionalism. So it's not about each group taking it all. It's the harmony of our constitutional governance working together to dispense good governance, human rights, and social services. Thank you.
Thank you. The second question, I will immediately give it to the chairperson of the commission. You earlier talked about the mandate of the commission, but I think that you owe us a deep explanation on what are the steps taken by the Constitution to ensure that the constitutional review process in South Sudan. So we want you to tell us about key steps involved in constitutional review process in South Sudan.
Thank you very much. I am happy to receive that question so that I take you through the steps that are to be taken to ensure that a constitution is produced. The agreement talks about this constitutional review process, but it does not talk about the steps that the process should take. But it does tell us the principles. Then it also tells us about the reconstitution of the commission that is tasked to lead and facilitate the process. But then it also tells us about a law to be enacted to govern the process. And then the act is enacted, and the process, as explained in the act, is such that it is divided into 3 stages. There is a first stage that is a stage where civic education and public consultation exercises will be carried out by the commission, and the purpose of this or of these exercises is to collect views of the people of South Sudan nationwide, so that the views become the basis of drafting of the first constitutional text to be drafted. And then once this is done and the text is drafted, we go to the next stage, which is stage 2, where we will convene a national constitutional conference which will be representative of all sectors of the South Sudanese society. There, the first draft will be tabled for deliberation, and the commission will also go out to the people of South Sudan to validate the first draft, to present it to them and say, hey, this is the draft. Have your views been captured? So that will be done, and the report will be given to the NCC, where it will also deliberate on. And then at the end of this deliberation, the conference will draft a second draft incorporating all these, and then it will pass it into a final draft constitutional text. And this is this brings the participation of the people to an end. You have a draft that you now take to the third stage, where the national legislature will transform itself into a constituent assembly for the purpose of deliberating on the final text and pass it into law, into a permanent constitution to be signed into law by the president. And once the president signs it into law, the commission will take it again and go back to the people of South Sudan to disseminate the content of the permanent constitution. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is very brilliant. Now let's talk about some of the issues, and I want you to pass the microphone to Honorable Atong. Now, how does the Constitution address issues of transitional justice and reconciliation?
Thank you so much, Tim, for giving me this opportunity. It's very difficult to ask somebody about questions to do with the Constitution when an expert is there, like Dr. Geng, a constitutional lawyer. It becomes very difficult to respond to questions. Plus, I was being ambushed. I've been ambushed here, but it's the leadership. You can't shy away from it. The question about the transitional justice and how the Constitution will play a role. All of us, we understand that, and we know that the Constitution is the supreme court of the land, and it's the mother of the laws. When you put everything in the Constitution, you are now comfortable that whatever rules or laws that are being broken, the personalities will be guided and will be taken responsible or will be held responsible by the law. It now depends on how are we sure that we are implementing the law as it is. And that role comes, the role comes back to us, the public, by, engaging the government, engaging the parliament, making sure that everybody is doing their right job, making sure that everybody is being questioned when they are not doing things right. Because if we are quiet, for example, somebody has gone through a lot of, has done a lot of issues going wrong with the Constitution, but he's not being held responsible by the government. And we are quiet. We are not putting questions ahead. So Constitution is the guiding law that will make sure that everybody is doing things right, because they are afraid they will be held accountable and they might be punished for that.
Thank you so much, and I want you to give it back to Honorable Joseph. Before I give it to Justice Ajonyi, Atong highlighted something very important, Honorable. And I want you also to talk more on how have past conflict and political instability affected constitutionalism in South Sudan.
I think that the question in its proper context is how do we use the constitution to resolve conflicts? I think for those who have read the peace agreement, on one hand, it's presented as the solution to the conflict we experience. Others would say maybe it is a solution, not the solution. I'm not trying to be rhetorical here, but we know those articles mean you are sure, but the other one is it's part of it. We say this because in our history, when we look to the conflict resolution, we have good evidence of how we have resolved difficult conflicts using mechanisms that exist. Now in the literature and elsewhere, people talk about the UNLIT peace agreement, for instance. But do you know those who did that? There was no Troika, there was no IGAD, it was the churches and people of South Sudan. What do you learn from there? What you learn from there is that it's people-to-people dialogue. You talk about what matters most. When you have quarrel with your neighbor, it's more likely that you will resolve this when you sit down by yourselves than somebody is coming to say that, I think your problem is this and that. But the problematic part in articulating constitution as the solution is that it is a liberal thinking. In simple terms, the peoples of the world are divided in terms of their social setup. Others would say the Kawajat, others would say the Africans. There is a reason why we look like this. There's a reason why we are unique, and so does the rest of the people. The philosophy of resolving problems, conflicts, is deeply rooted in our social way of lives, such that if you disregard it completely, you are more likely not to resolve conflicts. In the peace agreement today, you find there are 8 chapters, but 6 are the main ones. The first, as we know, is the unity government. The second, we know, is security. Third, we know, is humanitarian. The fourth, we know, is economic reforms. The fifth is transitional justice, and 6, the constitution. With the 7 is Arjameg, and the last chapter is supremacy of the agreement. If you look to that, the arrangement, it tells you that the liberal thinking, or the Kawajat loosely to say, of resolving conflict is that you come together and shake hands and form a government and then agree on reforms and write a new constitution. That is okay, but it's not the entire story. So you cannot take chapter 6 in isolation from the rest of the chapters and say you use that to resolve conflict. Because what type of conflict are you resolving with chapter 6 that is not in the other chapters? But peace is not even chapters. Peace is, we need peace. It's, we can call it something else. It's not about chapters. So in its classic understanding of a constitution is that there is a quarrel about or disagreement on how we should govern ourselves. It's unlikely true to say that it's the only reason why there was conflict. Yeah? To say that if you have a new constitution, there is no conflict. Now you see in the rural areas there is communal violence. If you ask them, will they tell you this is about constitution? It's very unlikely. It's many other things, access to social services, misunderstanding among themselves. So for us, the elites, we tend to insist that the new constitution will be the salvation of our problems. And I think that is slightly a mischaracterization in my view. I have written a few things about this. However, in conclusion, a constitution in a post-conflict context is very important because it brings people together, political parties, women like this, to talk about how do we resolve conflicts. And our constitution, the current one, commits us to resolve dispute in a non-violent way. Yeah? If you are having misunderstanding, don't resort to violence. Have a discussion. That's there in the current constitution. But we know the constitution and the practice would differ. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Now we are coming to Justice Ajuni. We have many questions for you. But I would love to start by, why is public participation important in the process of constitutional reform?
Honorable Minister, Honorable Chair for NRC, and Honorable Chair for the Media Authority, and the entire protocol remains in place. The question is, why is it important for us to participate, or the public to participate in constitution making process? It's very important because what is captured in a constitution is your aspirations. And coming to the women particularly, if we get involved in the constitution making process, and by the process itself do submissions, and also by our presence, it will reflect what we want in the kind of constitution we want for the nation. Recently, we had the Women Charter. Women Charter was deliberately engaging the women to have their views to be put together, so that the ones who would be marginalized and all over the country, their views were collected in the Women Charter. And in the Women Charter, we have 12 thematic areas. Areas where women have got a lot of challenges and which must be addressed in the Constitution. Chair, to the Constitution Reform Review, it's very important for the Commission to take the views which were collectively done by the women as a document called Women Charter. It covers drastic areas: women's role in politics and public life, women and training and education, women owning properties, how do they own property and inheritance, women's health, health even in reproduction in generic terms, economic and social welfare of the women as breadwinners also to the families and the nation, equality, being equal in front of everyone, having the freedom as women like the men, the protection against gender-based violence, areas of how do women access justice in this country, whether formal or informal. Is it sufficient enough? Areas as to whether the environment and the natural resources of this nation and climate outlook or climatic security is understood well by the women so that they contribute to protect the environment. The public finance management, managing the private and the public finances and resources of this country. So this is a huge component, Chair, Honorable, that the women will go and submit to the NRC so that their views are taken collectively, apart from other components. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Continue to hold this microphone. You know, always in any conflict society, there is economic challenges. And women and children are the majority that are affected when there is always economic crisis. How can the political economy of South Sudan be fixed in your own personal point of view?
Thank you very much. Can I stand up so that you give me the pulpit in front here? Yes. My dear lively ladies, with the protocol and the gentlemen, the question raised was, how do we fix the political economy of this country as women? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I drew this chart for a purpose. How do we fix the economy of the nation? I've drawn these two charts. One, the first one, it shows a diagram on capitalism system. And what we are doing today, you have few rich people at the top. You have the government here in protocol as far as riches are concerned, resources are concerned. And here you have the intellectuals who are even poor. And then you have the majority of the citizens who are the poorest. This is the diagram as women of South Sudan will guard against and try to change. This next diagram shows that the very rich body is the government on top. And then the few rich people are somewhere here. And then down the intellectuals and so on, they are closer somewhere here, and the bourgeois, and down the majority citizens. The difference between this diagram and this is that the first diagram, you become submissive to the few rich people. And this is where power is controlled. And here is better because when the government is rich and has resources, all of us, whether the few rich and the poor, the majority of the citizens and the intellectuals will depend on the government. Ladies and gentlemen, the resources of the nation. Let's look at the natural resources. And particularly looking at the South Sudanese currency, stabilization of the currency. The dollar goes up and down. Who controls the currency? It's better to control the currency by exploration of natural resources in a compatible and comparison, comparing it to what other nations have done better. Why then countries like Zimbabwe by then had currencies which were depreciated? It's because they were relying on trade and bilateral relationships. The question comes back to us as women. We need to open our eyes this time. That we should be supporting together on the same footing with the men. Manoa, the business lady, had mentioned, we need to be at the same footing so that the economy of this country, if it's trade, what is it relying on? Is it the bilateral relationships? Zimbabwe had a challenge because the bilateral relations were spoiled with sanctions. Now, the question comes, do we stop? Have we stopped trading as a nation with countries where the currency of South Sudan, SSP, is meeting to, whether in terms of dollars? Today, the floating of the SSP in the population of South Sudan is too high and less valuable. Now, meeting our SSP was too much depending on the bilateral ties. And this is the thing we need to guard in. The questions come, who is mitigating the currencies of South Sudan? Where was our central bank when the currencies were mitigating? How do we answer questions as to why our SSP currency is not stable? Ladies and gentlemen, let's look at a comparative analysis on issues of reserves. For instance, American dollars, they have a Federal Reserve. France, Franco Fed countries, they have also the French reserves. does South Sudan have a reserve? What are the individual reserves we ever know we can mitigate from? Let me give example about Kuwait. Kuwait could be a good example for us women. As a country, we need to open our eyes together with the men to make a change. Kuwait relied on the natural resources to stabilize the economy, and it is one of the strongest economy we have. Natural resources and also their population being 2.4%. Now we have a population and we have a land. We have the resources. But on what are we depending our reserves? Do we have a reserve? What should we do as women of South Sudan to make sure we balance this economy of this country and help both the executive and the parliament and everyone in this country, the leadership? We could advocate for reforms or repeal some of the laws and get some of the policies and balance in the constitution-making process on exploration of natural resources to mitigate the local currency. The government should also encourage all transactions in SSP. These days you go to a market, the minimum is 50,000 if you want real food at home for 10 people. The government should encourage private and artisan mining, those who are involved in mining. Somebody asked a question about mining here, a gentleman. Mining, we need amendment of some of these laws. Small scale mining, what should the central bank do? There has to be a standard of when banks have to buy the small minerals from the private people. And that way we build their capacity and the economy is controlled by using SSP. Reforms are urgently needed that will boost up the value of currency without arming the adversaries of a regime, without arming them. The Bank of South Sudan should reinforce use of local currency tender compulsory from various thematic institutions. The National Revenue Authority, the private sector, private banks, customs, National Security, Social Security Fund, Pension Fund, etc., etc. The question is, as for us as women, do we export apart from oil? Can we think big as women? Apart from Rabita and other things, can we think big? Get involved in exporting? Why am I asking this question? Let us think big and rescue the political economy of our own nation. We don't have two nations, two countries. This is our nation, this is our country, and we need to rescue it. Where do we have to export to add value, ladies, on the economy of South Sudan? You can't force economy to pay taxes on imports when you have not provided, even given an alternative. Ladies, we need to have effective policies on currency supply in the market. Who controls the forexes? South Sudan should look into either amend or arrest or repeal in favor of gold storage in the reserves of the Bank of South Sudan. That is the central bank. And have monopoly on the gold trade in South Sudan and buying from the small scale. Lastly, oil and gas concessions. The country has to survey all the ports. This has to be done by the two giant companies, Nile and PET. And then the most important for us women is to have what we call top 10. In every oil, environment, natural resources business, women have to be involved. 35% minimum in key stakeholding and have top 10 in PPP partnership. I don't know whether I'm being understood, but where you work with the foreign companies, but they should transfer knowledge, what we call transfer of knowledge to the indigenous nationals, so that when they go to their country, you will also manage for us our resources. God bless you all, ladies.
Thank you so much, Justice. للناس اللي بيتحدثوا اللغة العربية، المداخلة بتاعتها ركز على تأثير الاقتصاد السياسي على المجتمع بصفة خاصة على المرأة، وذكرت بعض النقاط إنه الحكومة محتاج تعمل سياسات اللي بتساهم في إنه يكون في إصلاح في الاقتصاد بتاع البلد. ذكرت إنه الحكومة محتاجة تشجع الاستثمار في مجال المعادن، وشجعت إنه المرأة لازم تستثمر في المجال ده بتاع التعدين. وذكرت إنه الحكومة محتاجة لخطة بتاعت إصلاح شامل في كل المجالات، ما فقط في الاقتصاد لكن في السياسة والقطاعات الأخرى. وذكرت أيضا إنه الحكومة محتاجة تفرض التعامل بالعملة الوطنية لكل الشركات الموجودة في البلد، وقالت إنه نحن محتاجين نوسع نساق تجارتنا وننضم للسوق بتاع الاستيراد والتصدير. وشجعت قالت إنه النساء في جنوب السودان ما يركزوا فقط في صندوق إنه بتجيبوا قروش كله وتخطوه في صندوق معين، وبتشجع إنه أنتوا وسعوا مدارككم وخليكم في النساء تنضم لمجال الاستيراد والتصدير. وقالت إنه الحكومة محتاجة تجي بسياسات تحكم التعامل بالعملة الوطنية، وإنه يكون في تمثيل اقتصادي زي ما اتذكر في الاتفاقية 35% ده يكون أيضا موجود في القطاع الاقتصادي. فدي المداخلة بتاعتها. And I want us to come back again, and I would love to ask another question to the chairman. You've talked earlier about the process. And now, when it comes to engaging civil society organization, how can civil society organization be supported to effectively participate in constitutional reform process as far as the step you talked earlier are concerned?
Thank you for the question. As I said earlier, the process is designed in such a way that it is led and facilitated by the Commission. But then the Commission is only acting on behalf of the government. But then the same documents, the agreement and the act provides for participation of civil society organizations in civic education outside of the government. The way they are supported by the Commission is only to avail public consultation and civic education materials to them. But in terms of funding, they can only get support from the partners who are supporting the process, but not from the government through the Commission.
Thank you so much. Honorable Atong, how can the international community in South Sudan support South Sudan in its effort in strengthening constitutionalism and promote gender equality? And we want you to respond to this question, given the fact that you have legal background and in the same time you have gender responsive thoughts. So what is your take on this?
Okay, thank you. having the international community and more specifically the NGOs plays a great role. For example, the UN Women, we have the UN Women, and UN Women has its own mandate in the country. It has its own mandate in which promoting women's rights as well as ensuring equal participation of women in politics is one of the mandates of the women, UN Women, and other more mandates that the UN Women has. We also have other different organizations under the UN, for example, the UN OCHA as well, the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights that provides the guidance and support to the human rights working organizations. So having those other different agencies or organizations working towards promotion and having them support the process of having the constitution in the country plays a bigger role, because we also get an advisory role from them on how we can have the constitution on specific areas of gender equality, on putting provisions that promoting the gender equality, not only that, but also put the role of engaging the women in politics, in constitution making, as well as leadership, being part of the leadership. So knowing that we cannot work without having other people promoting, and when I say other people, I don't mean just anyone, but those who are expert in certain fields. Being members of the United Nations makes us one of the United Nations countries that, if need be, we can consult and we can be guided. I also believe that for those organizations to work smoothly, they also have to be part of this process. Because in order for you to come and implement a regional law, but you don't have a national law or you don't have a constitution that supports, it makes the work of these organizations very, very difficult. So this international organization have a bigger role to play in order for us to have that constitution that protects the human rights.
Thank you so much. Give it to Honorable Jose. When it comes to leadership and political participation, as an individual, you will not be able to influence something if you are not sitting in the table. And this will remind me of a say that I heard somewhere. If you are not on the table, that means you are on the menu. When it comes to women political participation and leadership participation, how do you encourage women to participate, or what is the best approach for women even to join political spaces?
Nobody is on the menu, everybody is on the table. I think that we can bring the tables to where we are, even when the table seems not to be before us. I think that I'll answer this question in terms of how to enhance the women participation in the constitution. In terms of the process, I will fortify the stages that were earlier on elaborated by the chair of the National Constitutional Review Commission. In terms of our reading as the scholars in constitution making, we describe the constitution making process to be a four-stage process. This by no means takes away the stages that are organized. The first, and I think this is where we've been talking even before the commissions were established, is a conceptualization of a constitution. And this, we ask, what is a constitution? Why do we need a constitution? This is what the conversation has been here and with the youth, the political parties. In that process, you do not need to be in a political party to ask the question, what constitution do we want? Why do we need this constitution? You just need to be organized in your respective groups, as you have done now, whether you are women organizations, whether you are political parties, whether you are individual who has views about the constitution. The commission would take ideas by way of submission. So the conceptualization is very important. It defines the nature of state we have. That's the conversation we have. The second is the more boring part of the text, you know, agreeing to write those aspirations in the text, which the Honorable Chair mentioned is the small group of people that will write the text. But that is also very important because how you write something tells you whether this is enforceable or not, especially for human rights and the role of women. As we know, even 35% is called affirmative action because the way it's written in the Constitution is such that you cannot go to court and enforce it. In terms of the law, there are certain things that are enforceable, there are certain things that are aspirations. So in the text, you know, it's also another platform where women can say, we want to write it in such a way that we commit the government to enforce this 35%. The third would be what the Honorable Chair mentioned, the conference. But in that process, it's the adoption of the text. And I think women who will participate there would need to have the voice of all the women around the country. How do you do that? You identify your representatives, you meet with them like this, and tell them, these are our issues. This is the tactic that you present. Because it will be a forum of 1,200 people, you have to be good advocate in order to get your views across. So that adoption process, that consensus, is for us disagreeing to agree that the different options that are there may not all get on board, but one will get through. The last and important part is the ratification. So we have a text that is now promulgated, it's passed and celebrated by Parliament, which will act as the Constituent Assembly. There are women parliamentarians. You engage with them and say, when the text comes to Parliament and you are going to be called Constituent Assembly, engage this way. So that's why I was saying that everybody has a table to engage. Whether you look at the Parliament, whether you look at civil society, whether you look at political parties, whether you look at women academia, whether you look at women leaders in their own ways. What's more important, usually, is that you may have an idea, but the success of that idea depends on how you engage with the rest. If you engage as you want to take it all, you meet resistance. If you engage as combative, to say, well, what exists is rubbish, I don't like this, it has to be this, then you meet resistance. So it's tactical strategies that get you through. And that we define a country for all of us. It's not about those sitting in the room here or women. It's about our society. And that society must be inclusive of even those who will not have a chance to participate. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will now throw it to the audiences, and we start by picking 4 questions. And please make the question very clear, and to whom are you directing in the panel. So please raise your hand if you have a question, and I want Sarah to help me in passing the microphone. One person is behind there. Who is the second? One, 2, 3, 4. Yes, the lady there. Raise your hand. Yes.
When you address your question, please introduce yourself and as well be very brief.
Thank you very much, and all the protocol remain observed. My names are Kevina. I'm the Executive Director, Resilient Organization, a women-led organization, and I'm really so happy to be in here. Mine is going to be more of a comment, maybe, and a question will follow afterwards. To Honorable Madam Atong, thank you very, very much, and thanks for your representation in the Parliament for representing women. And I expected more dwell on the issues to do with the 35% affirmative action that I personally feel that is not fully being represented in the Parliament of South Sudan, because out of 550 members of Parliament, we only have 171 female representatives. And out of, 64 parties, only 3 are women-led political parties. And for that case, only, 2 are illegally registered. So if we talk about the implementation of the Constitution, why can't we maybe collectively advocate for equal representation of the affirmative action, the 35%? Where are the women who are, the intellectual women, the women who had been there for each other? For me personally, I am seeing the women who had been there for each other, they are really shouting away. Women have become for themselves now. Nobody cares. We are not each other's sisters' caretakers. Otherwise, this would have been done by now because we have the voice. The number in the Parliament really have to be looked upon. To justice, thank you very much. Women to boost economic system of the country. Yes, we are capable of doing that. Whether educated or not, women can do that. But the question comes here. How can we, as women who are in the market or women in the national, let me say, in the institution or private sectors, how can we help boost up those women in the village, those in the grassroots area? How can we help them, move on with their businesses? How can we advocate for the fund that is loitering somewhere in the government institution for women and youth so that we'll be able to positively contribute into the economic? How can we advocate for gender equity, where a man have to support his woman in order to what? For her to move on instead of seeing her down. Women health, freedom to women health, especially reproductive health. Today in South Sudan, decisions are made for women. You are my wife, I married you, and you have to give birth to 12 or 15 children because of the cows that I paid.
Thank you.
Where
you asked
is
2
that
questions.
freedom of women giving birth? Can't I decide as a woman? I can decide to have how many children. So let's think about the freedom of women in all sectors, especially you women who are in the different institution in the organization and other aspects. Otherwise, it is a difficult situation if we cannot be our own sisters' protectors. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Give it to the lady sitting next to you.
My name is Karima Anthony. I'm going to talk by Arabic. It's better for me. البروتوكول محفوظ. My question is this. لو نحن ماشيين نعمل دستور دائم في وقت نحن we don't have like civic political space, and this one I think is also challenges in South Sudan here. Second to it, القوانين المفترض في الدستور تتعمل مصاحبة طوالي كم بيلز أعتقد منها قوانين بتاعت الأسرة until up to now لسه ما طلعت لي بر الأمان عشان تمبلمنت في المحاكم. مصحوب برضو البروتوكول بتاعت مبوتو الأخير اللي وقعوا عليه. كيف نحن حنشتغل عليه عشان ينزل في شكل قوانين متسلسلة في المحاكم العادية الناس بتحكم به، عشان نحن النسوان نلقى حقنا هناك بصورة مفصلة زي ما هي موجودة وساوث السودان وقعت على على البروتوكول بتاعت مابوتو. الحاجة نمرة 3 if نحن دايرين نعمل empower لwomen وانا اعتقد قبلك في الكلام هنا كان واضح انه لو المدير كان الراجل، المرة المفترض تكون او الوكيل المفترض تكون مرة. الحاجة دي ما قاعد تحصل بدليل انه في نساوين يعني they are capable. لحد هسي ما عينوا يوم او وظفوا مديرة للجامعة لوحدة الجامعات، وانا بعرف الجامعات اللي في جنوب السودان فيه نساوين capable. they are capable. لو في competition حصلت بينهم بين الرجال اللي قاعدين في المؤسسة ده بيقدروا يبقوا مدراء، لكن ما قاعدين يعينوا نسوان. even الشركات بتاعت البترول if we want to power them برضو في نساوين كويسات يعني مهندسات وقويات قادرات ممكن يتولوا واحدة من المناصب بتاعت الشركات بتاعت البترول، لكن لما الكومبيتيشن تجي بيتقود في الليست كل الرجال انت بتشوفهم هم اللي بيعزلون المفترض يكونوا هناك. كيف نحن بنشتغل على الحاجة دي عشان النساوين يكونوا يعني قويات وقادران يتولوا كل المناصب. نحن محتاجين نسأل السؤال اللي قبل قالوا هل في كل المؤسسات الحكومية محتاجين النساوين يكونوا هناك؟ في كم وكلاء بتاع وزارات نسوان؟ او في كم والي؟ اعتقد 2 والي من حكومة جنوب السودان بدت 2 3 مش؟ طيب الولايات كانوا كم والنساوين ليه طلعوا 3؟ ده النسبة بتاعت 35% ولا نحن حنشتغل عليه؟ شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you so much. Let me translate before I forget. She asked major 3 questions. The first question, she asked about the lack of civic space where women can practice their rights. And the second question, the integration of international treaties such as the Maputo Protocol and the CEDAW. How can we translate these international treaties to our local context in South Sudan? And how can we bring these laws in the Maputo Protocol to be implemented in our local court in South Sudan? The third question, when it comes to employment representation, women are underrepresented, especially in the oil sector. When there is a competition, the priority goes to men. And also she touched on things to do with learning institutions. We don't have female vice chancellors. In the history of South Sudan, we have only 3 women who held the position of governors. So these are the 3 questions that she asked. Yeah, and then the 4th here.
I didn't say my name. I thought everybody in the house knew my name. My name is Zahara Said. I work for South Sudanese Network for Democracy and Elections, and an activist. My question goes to Honorable Riang, the chair of RNCRC. What effort are you doing, Dr. Riang? We have 48 members in the commission, and the 58 members minus 3, we have less than 35% affirmative action. And the 3 who were not sworn in were women. What effort are you doing to make sure that the 3 are replaced or sworn in, women are sworn in their places, and to make the 35%, at least the 35% affirmative action is achieved? As an institution that is holding, I'll call it constitution, is holding the lives of South Sudanese in this country, do you entrust this current RTNLA to pass the constitution? To me, I don't. Number 1, when we were validating the National Elections Act, I think you were in the room, and we said that 2% goes to persons with disabilities and 3% goes to the youth. When it reached Parliament, it turned upside down for the 3rd reading. When the draft of the Electoral Act came out, no youth representation was given, and no persons with disabilities is given. The provision was not there. when we made noise, we were told that the 5% we asked for 35 women, 50% geographical constituency, 15%, 10% party list, 2% persons with disabilities, and 3% was for the youth. But it turned out that the party list was given, the 15 remained for the party list, and about the 5% it depends on the presidency. Now this transitional parliament,
Make it very short.
yeah, this transitional parliament, do we entrust them with our lives?
Thank you so much. Give the mic behind. Yeah, the lady in white. We will respond to this question and then we pick another round.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Justice, and all the comments from the floor. Justice, you gave us a diagram, and it is open for discussion another time. Mine is for Honorable Atong. Molana Atong, she talked about the donors' contribution into these activities, especially the one of the Constitution. For me, and for the whole South Sudan, we are sick and tired of depending on the donors' fund all the time, because South Sudan is a sovereign country. It's a country that is supposed to have its own budget, and the budget is divided into different chapters. And from that chapter, the second chapter, if we talk about the salaries all the time, that means we are living in austerity. We've been living in austerity for the last 20 years, maybe, or if South Sudan is 20 years. If we give us 6 years of interim, and now, maybe 18 years. I would like South Sudan to come up with its own way of, sponsoring and giving the chapter 2, so that we don't depend all the time on donors. Now they had cut everything, nothing at all. Now when you go to the hospital, you find it is written there, the MSF hospital, it is whatever. The primary care is all given to the donors. I think if we go to the normal, it's supposed to be 80% of running costs from the government and 20% from these donors. That means we don't depend on them. If they cut the budget like what is happening, we are in problems. So yes, donors' contribution into our budget is fine, but it's not 100%. We're supposed to have our own way of raising the funds to run our own institution, including the process for the constitution making. We don't want to depend on donors to do that. So I think now it is time for us to come up with that. Okay, thank you very much. This is
Thank you so much. I will give the high table to respond and then we take another round of question. حنخليهم يردوا للأسئلة وتاني نسأل أسئلة. حنديك فرصة بعد ما يجاوبوا الأربع أسئلة ده. So we can start with Honorable Atong, and then we come to Justice, the chairperson of the commission, and Honorable Minister will respond the 3 questions that was asked by the Arabic lady. Thank you.
Okay. I will respond to Kabira. Kabira, I would like to correct something. I am not a member of parliament. I am the chair of board of directors of Media Authority. But again, I will respond to your questions. Your question was about the 35% which is not fully being implemented. And I would say yes, not only in the parliament, but even in the governance. Let's say the positions of the ministers. So I am with you. I agree that the 35% is not being implemented, not only in the parliament, but even in the ministerial positions. I remember very well You know, when Dr. Angelina, when Madame Angelina was appointed the first Minister of Defense, we celebrated it as women. She was replaced. Was she replaced by a woman? No, by a man. When Honorable Awut Dengachwil was appointed as the Minister of Foreign Affairs, we celebrated as the first female to be appointed for that ministerial position. Did it continue to be there? No. The problem is not men here. The problem is us. Do we, when we see that, you know, there is movement, and this is what men do, and if I'm wrong, Honorable Minister will correct me. If they see movement of somebody that is, you know, likely to be removed, they will start their own lobby and make sure they have the person ready for that position. They lobby, we don't. She was taken away, we celebrated. She was taken away from the Ministry of Defense. Honorable Abud was taken from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They were not replaced by women, and we kept quiet. Beatrice was also removed from there, and we kept quiet. They will make sure that the Ministry of Gender is for a woman, and we are happy with it. So the problem is not with the government or with the men, it's with us. If we were making noise enough, they wouldn't have, you know, maintained those positions for men. Because when we used to do those days when they were Minister of Defense, Minister of Foreign Affairs, we used to do the statistic and say, you know, we have this percent. Have we followed up to see what percentage that we have now and we start talking about it? We have never. So it's our role as women to play it much better, and even our leaders, our women leaders as well. Me included, of course. So the participation, in order for the participation to be 50-50, I also agree that it has to be 50-50. For example, myself, I cannot go and say, you know, you have to implement the 35%. We have to make sure that we are looking for our own 15% to make it 50, and even more than that. Even more than that. It's not necessary that it is 35%. They say it at least 35%. So we can even ask for more. If at all we have representation of governors at 35%, that is not enough. If we still see a woman, a potential woman leader that can take a role of a governor, we can ask for it. It is not a must that it is 35%. I think also Karima asked a question about al-Ghawanin al-ma tammat ijazata. Will you respond to that? By Karima, the one that was translated.
Yeah, she can respond to that.
Okay. About Yar, she said about the donors. I never said fun. I never said fun. I said in terms of expertise, because these people have...
We recognize the presence of our National Minister of Interior, Honorable Angelina Teng. Thank you for coming, and thank you for honoring the invitation. Continue, Honorable Atong.
I never say it in terms of fund, because the is not ready to fund anything by South Sudan government to a government institution. So I can never go back. It's not influence, because when somebody gives you something, they will definitely want something out of that. So in order for us not to be influenced, we need to have that constitution as a home made by home resources. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Justice, I think the question that was asked should be answered by the chairman of the... And then you will come and respond later to the question about the international treaties.
Thank you. I thought there were two questions directed to me. Yeah. And I will begin with the question of whether or not we in the Commission trust the current TNL to pass the Constitution. My answer to it is that as the Commission, we are only implementers. We have the agreement that we are implementing, and the agreement talks about the TNL to transform itself into a constitutional assembly for the purpose of deliberating and passing the permanent constitution into law. The agreement has been incorporated into the constitution, and by extension, that the TNL will transform itself into a constitutional assembly for the purpose of passing the constitution is also a constitutional provision. And then you come to the act, the Constitution Making Process Act, which agrees with both documents. So as a commission, whether or not we trust the parliament is not a question here. We have to implement what the agreement and the Constitution and the Constitution Making Process Act tell us. So we go by that. The other question is in regard to the efforts that we are making to ensure that the 3 women that are supposed to be replaced are replaced, and that the 35% is not fully implemented. Yes, in regard to the replacement, we have raised that issue, and it is being processed. And I think 2 weeks ago I was in Nairobi, and I had to speak with Honorable Michael Makwe about it, because the process is being taken care of by himself and Honorable Martin Elia, and he assured me that everything has been done, replacement has been made for each of those, and that he had been informed that the names had been taken to the president. What is delaying is what needs to be found out. So we are making an effort to ensure that they are quickly replaced. That 35% representation of women is not fully implemented in the composition of the membership of the commission. Yes, it is true, it is not fully met, but we have made indication to the members of the parties that this has not been met. And the rest of it is a decision of the parties to make sure that the obligation given to them by the agreement and the law is met. I think this is where I should stop. Thank you.
Thank you so much for answering this question. Let's come to Justice Ajuni, and you respond to the question that were directed to you, one by Yar and the other question by Karima. How can we integrate the international treaties in the context of South Sudan?
Yeah, before talking about integrating of the treaties, there was that question which Kabila asked on how we as women can help boost out the women in the rural areas as far as the economy is concerned. What I just wanted to say is that there is already a draft bill on Women Development Enterprise Fund 2023, and now the process is far. I pray that those who are members of parliament at the national level, you will sit tight on that bill and make sure with our men counterparts that they appreciate the bill and it is passed out. And that bill will help, especially the entrepreneur, the women enterprises, small scale, large scale. It will help them to the lowest grassroots so that they are empowered how to get money through businesses. She also mentioned the issue of family. She brought an issue of mandate as far as children and etc. is concerned. But then the most important is also for us to concentrate that the family, the marriage and family law has to be put in place, in force, so that both men and women take full responsibility on as far as children's protection, welfare, and upbringing is concerned. And on the international treaties, the lady in Arabic was able to mention an example of Maputo Protocol. Maputo Protocol was ratified since last year, June. So there is a provision in the Maputo Protocol that we can domesticate it into our laws. And this is high time because we are now in the constitutional making process. What do we borrow and take into the constitutional, into the new coming constitution from the Maputo Protocol? It was passed with reservations, especially on issues of health, where women, reservations in areas where you cannot just decide and say, I want to have a baby, or I feel this baby in my womb must go out. Those reservations were removed. So it is passed with those reservations so that tomorrow you don't use another area and say, yeah, I can choose and terminate a child anytime I want because if it's a problem. So that becomes a crime. The Maputo Protocol has been approved, which is better for us. I think that is all. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that. We are going to pick 2 questions. We are competing with time.
لنا هسي هي جاوبت بطريقة مناسب لكن في ناس ما فهموا الإجابة فمن المفترض أول كنت كده. أنا بعرف للبرلمان القومي هم اللي بيكونوا مشرفين على جميع الوزارات القومية الموجودة هنا ووزارة بتاع التجارة. فأنا داير أقول شنو الإشراف بتاع وزارة التجارة ووزارة بتاع وزارة المالية والقسم بتاع الغرفة التجارية هم ديل الإشراف بتاعهم بيتم كيف؟ لأنه أول حاجة إحنا بيجينا عندنا في جنوب السودان التجارة الأجنبية هي مسيطرة لكل التجارة الموجودة في جنوب السودان، والتجارة الأجنبية أكتر حاجة القاعد يقدم ضرر لنا في جنوب السودان. كيف؟ لأنه الحاجات كلهم هم بيمشوا بيجيبون بدولار وهم دايرين يجيبون بنفس النسبة بتاع الدولار وبدولار بتاع السوق الأسود. ده الطريقة اللي هم شغالين به حاليا. ولما تمشي تسأل بيقول لك الدولار بكم. في إنه إحنا قاعدين نكون الجنوبيين، إحنا عندنا الجنيه الجنوبي والجنيه الجنوبي بتاعنا المفروض هو اللي يشتغل مش الدولار. الدولار حقهم ده يشغلوا به هناك في محلاتهم اللي هم بيمشوا بيشغلوا فوقه، لكن الجنيه الجنوبي حقنا هو المفروض يمشي. وإذا الرجال بقوا ما قادرين عشان يمسكوا وزارة بتاع المالية خليه يدوا للنسوان. نسوان بيقدر ينظموا وزارة مالية ده بطريقة كويس. وزارة تجارة لو الرجال بقوا ما قادرين خليه يدوا للنسوان. نسوان بيمسكوا تجارة ده كويس. كمان حتى الغرفة التجارية وعندنا حتى البنك المركزي ما بتلقى يوم من الأيام إنه مرة الجردة الحقه تاع الدقيق لو الدقيق ده ينتهى فوق ويجي يقف قدام عيالي يقول لهم يا عيالي أنا الدقيق ده فضة، ما بقول لهم زي ده، بقول لهم انتوا اصبروا. يمكن يقول لهم بابا جاي أو يمكن يقول لهم في حاجة بسيطة أنا بعمله لكم. لكن كون ما زول المسؤول من دولة قيادي كبير يقف ويقول لنا وزارة ده خلاص فلس أو بنك المركز ده بقى ما فيه حاجة، تحت هناك عندنا ناس اتضرروا. أنا قاعد أقول حاجة ده وأنا مسؤول منه. أنا عندي في اريا بتاعي مرة خلت 3 عيال صغار. لما سمعت كلام وزير ده قال يا أخي نحن خلاص بقينا ما عندنا قروش والمرتبات ما حيطلع. المرة قالت شنو؟ قلت شنو ما في هاي، والراجل ده أنا بعمله كيف؟ أنا بدك راس راجل ده وأنا بقتل عيال ديل. قلنا له كلام ده ما ممكن. مش جروا نادونا من بيت جيران جينا راجعين. لما جينا مرة ده حرب من البيت خلى عيال أنا يا شيلتهم في مسؤولية بتاعي. لو وزارة مالية ما قادر يقود المالية بطريقة كويس والاقتصاديين بتاعنا ما قادرين ينظموا الدولة بتاعنا والاقتصاد حقنا، خليهم يمرقوا يدوا للنسوان. نحن بنجي ننظموا حاجة ده، ومن الليل النسوان لازم يرفعوا صوتهم، لأنه بيت ده ماشي يقع، وبيت ده لو وقع بيقى في راس منه، بيقى في راس بتاع مرة، لأنه إنت يا مرة إنت ما عندك محل تجري، لكن الراجل ده ويندي بكون عندي 2 باسبورت وعندي طرق تاني ممكن هو يهرب منه، لكن إنت مرة ستة بيت يا بتفضل وبيت ده بيقع في راسك. فأنا قاعد أقول برلمان القومي ده منو يا مسؤول من الإشراف بتاع وزارة مالية، وزارة تجارة، الغرفة التجارية والتجارة الأجنبية. شكرا.
Thank you so much. Did you understood in English? She asked about the committee that is in charge of the economy in the National Assembly. And her question, who is in charge of the Ministry of Youth, Ministry of Trade, Ministry of Finance, and the Chamber of Commerce? Who is in charge in the National Assembly about doing it? And the Central Bank as well. The second part of the question, she asked about the control of foreign investors. Why do we allow foreign investors to invest in hard currency instead of investing in local currency? So, Justice Ajonye, since your presentation was on economic, you are entitled to respond into that question. But let's take the second and the last, and we call it.
السلام عليكم. أنا اسمي جاك. أنا نائبة رئيس اتحاد بتاع الصحفيين بتاع جنوب السودان. انتوا عارفين في السنين اللي فاتت يعني انت لما نحن كجرناليست كصحفيين عشان نمشي لنسوان عشان يتكلموا هم بيرفضوا عشان يتكلموا، لكن مبروك لنسوان لانه في الفتره اللي احنا فيه نسوان بقوا يتكلموا عن حقوق بتاعهم. انا عايز تصفقوا لنفسكم للحاجه الكويسه اللي انتوا قاعدين تعملوا. السؤال بتاعي انا داير اسال لمفوضيه بتاع سياقه الدستور انه كيف يمكن لوسائل بتاع الاعلام انه تسهم في عمليه سياقه الدستور. My question goes to the National Constitutional Review Commission. Is about how can the media contribute to the process of debating a constitution. Thank you.
The role of media. Good. In constitution making process.
Thank you so much. My name is Abuk Javis, member of Women Bloc. So في الحقيقة أنا بقول لكل مرة موجودة هنا thank you so much عشان تجي هنا عشان كمان نحن نشاركوا مع بعض في في التحديات اللي بواجهنا في المجتمعات بتاعنا. So أنا بسأل المرأة المسؤولة من جاستك. So بالنسبة للنسوان في القوانين العامة like في مواضيع like إنه في community بتاعنا إنه بالذات especially في جنوب السودان بتاعت مثلا القوانين بتاع اقتصابات ما عملوا لها قانون خالص. للحاجة الثانية كمان بالنسبة للمرأة اللي هي مثلا الحقوق بتاع المرأة في برنامج بتاع القانون بصفة عامة ما قوية وما قاعد تشارك كتير في حلول بتاع المشاكل اللي بواجه المرأة في المجتمع. الحاجة الثانية أنا قاعد أسأل إنه في نسوان في مناطق بتاع الرفجي هم قاعدين يواجهوا تحديات. من المسؤول من النسوان الموجودين في الرفجي؟ ده one question. النسوان الموجودين كمان في local area لأنه هناك قاعد يحصل اغتصابات، هنا قاعد يحصل إنه مرأة بتمشي تفتش في خشب عشان تجي تطبخ بيحصل ابتداعات. عشان نحن نقدر نحل التشويه ده في المجتمع بتاعنا إلا يكون في برنامج في التلفزيون، برنامج بيقدر بيقود نسوان ويعمل توعية حتى للمرأة الما هي قادرة تكون يعني مرأة في فيلج ما عندها ما بتسمع عربي ولا بتسمع انجليزي، لكن يكون بلانجوج تاني عشان تفهم تحديات الموجودة هناك. لأن المرأة في فيلج كمان هي عندها تطورات، يعني ممكن تكون عندها الزراعة بتاعتها يدويا زي في زيوت بتاع بعد الشم، في حاجات يدوي ممكن يستخدموها عالميا ودوه في في التجارة العالمية. المرأة في اللوكال اريا احنا المجتمع بتاعنا حيساعدوا كيف؟ وان تاني انا بسأل من
زمن ما في.
عيال بتاعت
You asked
اورفن.
three.
Yeah, it's a last question. عيال بتاعت اورفن الموجودين في الشوارع. الظاهرة ده ما طبيعي، ما ظاهرة كويسة. العيال الموجودين في الشوارع منو المسؤول منهم؟ مسؤول منه؟ هل الحكومة مسؤول منه ولا نحن بنخليها للقطاعات الخاصة؟ لأنه برضو قاعد يحصل اعتداءات. من المسؤول من العيال ديل حتى في السجون؟ ده كله لازم يكون قانون. وانا قاعد اقول للمرأة الموجودة هنا مبروك عشان تجوا مع بعض، لانه احنا عندنا سبيريت بتاع كونفيوزن. احنا لو ما خلينا سبيريت بتاع كونفيوزن احنا ما هنجوا مع بعض. let us come together in one vote. نكون عندنا سبيريت بتاع مساواة ومحبة وتنازل من بعض، نتنازل من بعض عشان نحن نقدر نفهم بعض، عشان انت we empower each other. انا قاعد نقول لأدود مبروك عليكي. احنا كومن بلوك we need عشان تكون عندكم partnership واحنا كمان نكون partnership معاكم عشان نقدر نقوي قوانين بتاعت المرأة في جنوب السودان. شكرا.
Thank you so much. She touched on the laws of South Sudan, that these laws are not favoring women, and she is asking why. And this question is for policymakers. And also she asked whether we have a specific law for rape. And she asked also things to do with women who are in refugees. Who is protecting these women? And she gave a proposal that we need to come up with a talk show on the TV to orient women on their rights. Thank you. The last question. This will be the last question and then the comment here, and then we give it to the high table to answer. So for the rest of the people, we have another session after lunch. We will have more time to ask. Thank you.
My name is Rina Nyamet Yusuf. I'm from local government, Upper Nile State, Ministry of Local Government and Law Enforcement. Thank you for the opportunity. What I want to say, or I want to ask, إحنا في جنوب السودان عندنا قوانين قوية وجميلة جدا، لكن المشكلة هنا في تفعيل القوانين. أنا بسأل سؤال موجه للسلك القضائي. دور السلك القضائي شنو في تفعيل القوانين؟ لأنه القوانين دي نصها موجودة في جنوب السودان، لكن في غياب تام في تفعيل القوانين. دور السلك القضائي شنو في تفعيل القوانين؟ نمرة 2 أنا بقول النساء عندنا ثغرات في القوانين بيخلينا نحن شنو نقدر نلقى ثغرات في القوانين عشان نحن نقدر نثبت أنفسنا. النسوان الشغالين في السلك القضائي لو قدرتوا تعملوا آلية قوية أو رابطة قوية عشان تفتشوا الثغرات دي عشان تجيبوا حقوقنا، ده ما ممكن يحصل. شكرا.
Thank you so much. She said that South Sudan has one of the strongest laws in the world, but the challenge is the implementation. And she directed her question rightly to judiciary representative. And she's asking what role judiciary play in law inaction. Yeah, enforcement of laws. Implementation as well.
شكرا. أنا أمكم تبيسة جوان. I'm a member of parliament in Upper Nile State. أنا بشكر بناتي يعني. Let me thank them first for calling me for this workshop. I'm going out of politics, but if I'm alive, I will always advise my children. What I want to say, My question is going to Ajonga. Molana, you went to Malakal several times, but I'm not talking for Malakal alone, other state. Are you sure that you have convinced women to work together? Because I don't believe women, they don't like themselves. And they have to be taught that they should like themselves because they cannot talk of leadership. We want to become president, we want to become ministers, and we are against ourselves. Mabiji, we are always being deceived by our sons, and we quarrel. Although I know that you will do something good, I will just be against you because my mind has been spoiled. Secondly, I want to give thanks to God that my daughter, Angelina, is here, minister. What I want from you, minister, please, places like Malakal, poor places, they need itiad al-markazi. Al-police, zaman bugulu yalinyakong. You better try your best. Let them be sent to state. The so-called, yal bitana neges there, are finishing your children. And people are suffering. My advice is that you must to take training, very strong training to the state. Because we are still using our culture, cassette and nilotics. Mugbitana mabagayeru gwam. Ashana nuswan yafamu ino ana mara mutaalim, wana bagdar akut al-beled, you go on with training. And then when you convince them, you will believe that we will stand together, we will change our country together. Because today, if I become against the Minister of Finance, sisters Beta Obegola Mama Tebisa is bad. Although they are seeing something bad, they need to be trained. Some of them are educated, but they are lacking political mind. Ana bikalim ka siyasi malesh. Therein muka bita siyasa al-kwais al-biakum al-balad. Lano nuswan dayin. Nuswan lazim yijibum fi sika kwais, much nazi ne kun fi Juba. People talk in Juba always. Juba do not vote for people. You don't come to Juba alone, you are brought by the state. So don't forget them, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable. I think we can start with Justice Ajuni. You have like 4 questions. Another question to Honorable Latong, and there was a question on the role of media was asked direct to the Commission, and then we conclude with the Minister.
I just want to start with Honorable Tabita's question on the role of women, how they can get united together. We went early this year to Liberia to meet the women in Liberia in as far as understanding the elections and how come that they get along as women strong. So we went to look for the strategies. Mary is around, I saw her behind there. She was among for women block. And 14 of us, we wanted to know the secret, Mama Tabita. And we found that there is one declaration called the Hamilton River Declaration. In the Hamilton River Declaration, it put all the women, because they remembered how they suffered during Charles Taylor's time. And we were able to meet the victims of the wars during Charles Taylor's time. Elderly people now, the ones who were raped, directly we are talking to them, number of them. They united themselves and looked at themselves as an umbrella. All the politicians of different political parties had to sign to the Hamilton Declaration, never, never to take their country back to war. Even if you are defeated in elections, you don't go back, because there are also penalties. Something called ECOWAS. ECOWAS is equivalent to IGAD on this side. They also have a mandate to monitor especially hate speech, and also those people who feel they are not contented of election results and would wish to go to the bushes, that they come on board so that no one goes. And then also the institutions are built strong. Reforms were done. There are strong judiciary, strong legal system, strong interior, and so on, so that all of them, when there's a problem, they come together. So it is upon oath of each and every one, never to take something, to take women matters and unite together to look into the country number one. If we get united as women and be strong, and then, of course, we are part of the men, but we take to our roles as women and participate positively by getting united together, we can change the face of this country. And supporting those women, not pull them down, those who are already in the system, not pulling them, so that they help together we change. So I understand what Honorable Mama Tabita has mentioned. Let me come to the issue of the economy. There was a question I raised in the first presentation. I said, who regulates the forex bureaus? And if they are regulated at all, the next question comes, when they are regulated, why is it that people go to the black market? Why don't you go and exchange the money in the bank and you're going to the black market? It follows the second question. The third question is, if at all there is a regulation, and then we see people going to the black market, the third question is, what alternative can we recommend for the black market vendors? And why should they go into the black market? These are questions, technical questions, where we need to illustrate and look into what to be done next. Lastly, is looking at the currency today, the SSP, and the control of the supply of this money. Women, if we see in houses, there are people who are carrying the whole Osofia pounds. Actually, as women, we should get worried. When we see homes are having a lot of money, there's no pride in it. If you go to the market and you take the money this much, there's no pride. Let's change and instead get scared and ask questions. Why should small thing take bulk of money? These are questions we should ask. Now, there is no way we can control the supply of currencies in circulation in the Republic of South Sudan without knowing where are the currencies coming from. How are the currencies coming? From whom? Which population gets the currency floating? And without asking what is the expenditure, how much do you spend in your house? How much do you spend on yourself? How much do we spend as community? These are questions we need to look into. And lastly is that women, to unite us. We learned something from Liberia. They said women, they have a slogan, women don't just sit. Do something. Do something with serious men. Men who are serious, not the ones who will let you down and take the vision which is supposed to be correct down. Serious men, we collaborate with them and change the face of this country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Pass it to Atong.
Okay, thank you so much. A question that was thrown to me was why laws of South Sudan favor women or do not favor women? Do not favor women, okay. Simply because we tend to go to the customary courts more than the statutory courts. And knowing that, you know, customary law is one of the sources of the constitutional law. Because that is if you go to the sources of the Constitution, you will find out that customary law is one of the sources of the Constitution. So when you go to the customary laws, where people believe in the cultures more than anything else, definitely that law will not favor you. But if you go to the statutory courts asking for your rights without being taken back to the customary courts, definitely you will get your rights. And some of these customary courts themselves, yes, at most they are not, you know, gender sensitive, because to them is they want to make sure that the cultures are not changing. We are not changing the way our communities used to handle certain things. These are, you know, these are chiefs that have not got to school. They don't care about what your penal code says or what human rights says. What comes to their mind first is if we allow this, now we are allowing new things to the communities, and this will be set as precedents. By saying that, this certain case was handled this way, معناته بطريقة تاني لو في أي قضية تانية هياخدوا بنفس الطريقة داك. والchiefs دايما دايرين يعني they feel themselves هم الguides للcommunities. So هو ما دايرين يبقوا سبب في إنه الcommunity يتغير بطريقة أو بآخر. So here I think we have a major role to play on even empowering those chiefs, you know, telling them that our cultures are not bad, but we have negative cultures that do not go with the current, you know, life, that do not match with the current life. Girls used not to go to school, but now we go to school. Was it our culture? No, but we adapted it. So it's our role to enlighten those chiefs, give them more trainings. And here I turn my face to SSWEN. If we have to know, or if we have to see changes happening in the communities, we have to start with the chiefs. Because even here, at the level of the parliaments, sometimes they have issues al-bishilu wadu lil chiefs. Because al-chiefs, they are the one that, you know, protects the cultures of their communities. But we also know that our constitution have a Bill of Rights that says women and men should be treated equally. Are they aware that according to the constitution we are supposed to be equal? If they are not aware, then we have a major role to play. Another question was about, is there any specific law on rape? I would say it is not a specific law on rape specifically, but we have a section under the penal code. And that is section 247 of the penal code that talks about a punishment to a rape. Somebody who has raped someone, being a female or male, because it can happen, it can happen from both gender. So we have a section under the penal code that takes it as a crime. So I think I have answered that question.
Thank you so much. Give it to the chairman.
I thank you for the chance, and I think I have only one question regarding the role of the media in the constitution-making process. My short answer to it is that the media will play a great role in the process, because the current design of the process demands full coverage throughout. If you look at the recent history, constitutional history of the South, beginning from 2005, you take those last two processes. They were designed in such a way that in each a committee of experts was put in place to do the drafting, and once they finished, they would take it to the executive for blessing, and then from there it goes to Parliament for promulgation. So the process is basically a desktop process that does not require a lot of coverage. But the current process is designed in such a way that it is a people-led and owned process, which means that we will need a lot of coverage from the media. There is civic education to be carried out, public consultations, all of those will be done in public. And because they will be done in public, they will demand media coverage, radio talk shows, print media, TV, and public meetings. All of those will demand that they are covered by the media. For example, if we have to go to Torit, whatever it is that we do in Torit must be covered so that those in Raja knows the issues that are being tackled in the process, so that when time comes for us to go to Raja, they already know the issues. So because of that, I think a lot of coverage will be required, and the media will play a very big role. So there's no single activity that will be carried out without media coverage. So the media should prepare itself for a big task from the beginning of the process up to the end of it. Thank you.
Much. Well, there's a question that was asked about the judiciary, and also, is there a specific committee in the National Assembly that holds the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Trade, and then the Chamber of Commerce to come up with policies that favor the people who are in the business space? So these are the two you will answer. And then we will conclude with the minister. There was a question that was asked. I wrote it down here. The lack of civic space. What can you say about it as far as the constitution reform is concerned? And then also on the issue of employment, they always favor men, especially when it comes in the oil sector. What can you say that? But before you respond to your two questions, I'll give Justice Ajunye to respond to some pending question.
Thank you very much, and I apologize because she had directed the question. I just forgot. I just want to say this, that the judiciary has a role of adjudicating. I hope you will help me and translate it because after that, the judiciary has a mandate of adjudicating cases. If there is a problem, they solve it. And any other legal person, whether a woman or a man in the judiciary, decides to solve problems which are brought in front of them. They don't look, they don't run after you to bring the problem to them, but they wait, you bring the problem to them. Now we have lawyers who are advocates. I want to separate these ones. Sometimes people confuse. Advocates are the ones they call Muhammad.
Yes.
So, like Maulana Tong here is an advocate. This one, once you consult her or you consult them, whatever problem you have, they will be on your side. Even if you have done wrong, they will protect you and clean you. Now, this is as an advocate. And then we have also lawyers who are like teachers, professors of law, and they're teachers. Today in the Republic of South Sudan, we have 143, are there more now? Female advocates. 143. Slightly, maybe more of late. Advocates in the private practice who are women, though most of them are Arabic pattern, but slowly we shall understand each other. And then in the judiciary you have 31 of them. Some are not sitting on the bench, others already out. And then we have 44 also prosecutors. Actually we have a consul general now who is a woman, Mary Ajit, Maulana Mary Ajit. So we have different roles we play. So when you are conducting advocates, they will help you to defend you in front of the judiciary, the sitting judge. The question was, what is the role of the judiciary? The role of judiciary is to adjudicate, to solve that problem. And the judges don't go to you, you come to them. And this is a challenge for the politicians at the states. Sometimes they confuse. They say, why is Judge so-and-so not coming to advise me as a governor? Judges don't advise them. So you have also state attorneys who are from the Ministry of Justice decentralized in the states. Wakil Nyaba, you go to them and the politicians will ask them. They help you. And then you have the ones in the market. Thank you.
Shukran.
The Ministry of Justice also has a role of drafting legislations, drafts the laws. They are the chief technical advisors to the government. They are actually the lawyers of the government. So sometimes we look at them as executive. I think briefly that is to your question. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
فهي جاوبت للسؤال ده باختصار وقالت إنه السلطة القضائية عندها الحق إنها تحل المشاكل، والسلطة القضائية ما بتمشي للزول في محله تحل له مشكلته، لكن أنت اللي بتجي للقاضي عشان يحل لك مشكلة. وقالت إنه في فرق بين المحامين ومعلمين القانون. المحامين ديل بترافعوا نيابة عنك في أمام القاضي. وأضافت إنه السلطة القضائية لو أنت عايز منهم استشارة ما بيجوك في محلك، أنت لازم تجي لهم في محله وما بيقدموا استشارة. فعشان كده ده أدى مثال إنه في بعض الولايات المسؤولين في الحكومة بيكونوا متوقعين إنه القضاء يجوا لهم في محلهم ويدوم استشارة قانونية كده، لكن القاضي أنت بتمشي له في محله. وذكرت إنه وزارة العدل عندها إرسالية بتاعت إنه يكتبوا القوانين وهم المحامين نيابة عن الحكومة، مستشارين نيابة عن الحكومة. شكرا. So Honorable Joseph, respond to your two questions.
Thank you. We are in a meeting to talk about Constitutional Convention for Women's Rights. So I think it's proper that we live in that context. The first question on employment is quite general, but within the Constitution, there is no discrimination as regards employment of women or youth. And as we stated in the morning, I think that the practice may differ from what the Constitution states. But the short answer is that there is no discrimination on employment. I'll just spend 1 minute on the question around civic space. And again, civic space in the context of constitution making. And this is just to complement the good remarks by the chair of the constitution making process. We start from the obvious. If we engage in something we don't always understand, it's very difficult to influence. So the starting point really is to look at the current constitution. We come from different backgrounds. We have different levels of understanding of a constitution. But that's why we complement one another. So a meeting like this, and several would have a key examination of the current constitution. Before you go to the practice, what are the issues under the current constitution? How are the issues? Why are they important? Because civic space is about the issue you bring and the person engaging in that space. We cannot begin to say we are not allowed to talk in this space without even identifying the issues and how to present them. Also, there are certain things that are outside of our control, whether women or youth. And these are matters of law. For example, the constitution-making process is guided by law. We may only respond to those issues, but we cannot change it now unless it goes through the process. And that is, there are mechanisms that will lead the process. Understanding these mechanisms will tell you there are two main actors involved, and they include us in different forms. The first is the constituted power. In constitution-making terms, these are the elites, the political parties, those who have signed the peace agreement, the constitution-making process mechanisms. These people have been given power to engage in the constitution-making process. Their spaces for engagement are confined within their roles. So, for example, the National Constitution Review Commission, which has representation from women, will be in charge of doing consultation. They can talk about civic space within that context of consultation. The other mechanisms will also engage in that manner. There is the other group, which is the constituent power. In the Constitution Making Process Act, this is mentioned rhetorically. When they say this is a people's-driven constitution, we are all people in terms of being human beings, but the people in the context of constitution making would mean that you have a constitution that is passed through a referendum. That is not provided in the current constitution. So there is a sense in which one can argue that the constituent power is not very influential. So if you are identifying yourself as ordinary woman leader without the platform of political parties and the rest of the mechanisms, your influence become diminished because of the way the process is designed. But also our engagement in the civic space must be guided by the vision of the constitution making process. What is the main purpose of undertaking this constitution? Because we cannot engage in something we don't know the outcome. The purpose is to establish a democratic, peaceful, and prosperous state. So in understanding that larger picture, we are reminded that there are many spaces to engage. And those spaces relate to our identities, whether it's political parties, whether you are in academia, whether you are an NGO, whether you are a women coalition. And of course, the different actors come with different influence to the constitution. And the mechanism that is leading the constitution making process has been provided the legal framework to engage everybody. But as we know, engagement doesn't mean that what you say may be taken on board entirely, because we have more than 20 million South Sudanese, and everybody has a right to be heard. And that we insist on a prescription is not entirely on board. I think that the civil society organizations have been meeting in several spaces. Even a meeting like this is civic space that we are talking about constitution making. And the process from the upstream to downstream becomes more interesting, that when it goes to parliament as a text, you might want to identify how do you engage, because parliament is parliament. You engage with them based on articulation of issues if they find them persuasive. So in conclusion, your civic space is influenced by understanding the constitution as a political process as well as a technical process. So if you come to influence the constitution, you identify the political processes that are influencing the constitution and also the technical processes. So what contribution do you bring in that technical debate for you to influence the process? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and this will bring us to the end of this panel. Please put your hands together as they are going to sit back in their places. Thank you so much for the valuable information that you shared with us. And may the Lord continue to bless you. We are competing with time. One activity before lunch. Honorable Angelina, you came while we have started the program. And what we would love to say that women of South Sudan have gathered today on a National Women Constitutional Convention under the theme, Engendering the Transitional Constitution of South Sudan. In other words, women of South Sudan want to see the upcoming constitution more gender responsive. And the panel that panelists were speaking at now was on women's rights in constitutional context. And we have a question for you to come and answer before we go to lunch. What role can constitutional provision play in ensuring accountability for past human rights abuses and fostering national unity? And how do you perceive women's rights from constitutional perspective? Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. We want her to come and stand while people are seeing her.
You know, you should not reward latecomers. Yeah. Sorry, I really attempted to be here in good time for this panel because it's very important. But it was just difficult for me to do that. Let me thank the organizers of this event. I think it's a critical event. If we can sit prior to the constitutional making process and discuss issues as women, at least so that, and I see also you included youth. I think this is progress. This is progress. It's not that we've never done it before. We have done it before, but for some reason, the whole process has had the previous processes had their own challenges, and I don't want to go into that. But it's important that at some stage we discuss those challenges, because then we can see how to avoid pitfalls in the constitution making to ensure the aspirations of the women and their rights feature in the coming constitution, the permanent constitution. Before I answer the question, I listen keenly to some of the questions, but there's something that I always kind of make a comment on, and I think is very important. Is to do with, let me say, the justice dispensation sector. Because there was a discussion about the role of the Ministry of Justice, the judiciary, and so on. And since we are in the process of the constitution making, there's always something I want to point out. And it's important for us as women who are keen about their rights to know. Our Minister of Justice, you heard, is the chief advisor to the government and to the executive. But you're also being told that he's the attorney. He's the prosecutor. So in a democratic system, to me, I always thought that this is a very serious conflict. In most countries, you'd find an attorney independent from the government advisor. The Ministry of Justice, you would find, is the government advisor or the executive, and so on. But you'd find that the attorney is independent. So let me just give you a small area of conflict. The Ministry of Justice persecute. When they persecute, the judiciary may sentence somebody to death. Death penalty in our country, only the president can approve. So he would have already made sure that that person is sentenced to death. But then he goes and advises, or she goes and advises the president whether or not to execute that sentence. He's already judge and jury. Wala kif? I'm raising this because when we're discussing the permanent constitution, these are areas that are very, very critical in the area of dispensation of justice, because we're talking about rights. I just felt that I needed to add that, but there was also a point on international convention. I think it is up to us women to ensure that these conventions, once they are ratified, they are also domesticated. How? By ensuring that they are translated into local laws. You make acts or bills that will be taken to Parliament based on the conventions. And there are many important conventions that deals with the rights of women and their rights to participate. And I think it's important. And just on that note, I want to add that actually drafting legislation is not only a function for the Ministry of Justice. Yes, the Ministry of Justice would have to present them to the Cabinet and the Parliament. But anybody can actually initiate drafting. You know, we can work and see to it. We use our different institutions, like in the Ministry of Interior. We are now working through a number of laws to do, for example, with human trafficking and the rest of it. If there's something of an interest and you feel that the Ministry of Interior can help you translate this into law, we can draft the bill. With your contribution, we take it to the Cabinet, to the Ministry of Justice. The Ministry of Justice will put it in the right frame and so on, and ensure that it is in compliance with our Constitution, or translating something from our Constitution or a convention into an act. That way you complete a legal framework. So these are some of the points that I felt. What is the role of the constitutional provision? What role can constitutional provision play in ensuring accountability for past human rights abuses and fostering national unity? This is a very critical question. Why? You see, we have chapter 5 of the agreement that speaks to justice, transitional justice. And the whole essence of this transitional justice is really addressing itself to issues of accountability, reconciliation, and healing. But we are all aware that that chapter is facing a lot of challenges. And largely, the implementation is very, very slow. The 3 institutions of transitional justice have not even been constituted or established. As we move to the permanent constitution making, do we ignore that? Is a question that we need to ask ourselves. And I believe this is where you can anchor this question on addresses past grievances, past abuses. They can be always, we can ensure as women and those who are concerned about national healing and reconciliation, because addressing issues of transitional justice, you're basically trying to create a space whereby people can, get over the past grievances and past wrongs that have been done to them. Some people may just accept to say, okay, now we have a constitution, we have moved on, we have had an election, we have a new government. Really, to me, this is peace, and it's a peace of mind and it's peace of heart. I can move on for somebody who's been seriously wrong. But there are others who can only move on when there's an opportunity for them to get a redress. And that is why I believe that the agreement currently addresses the root causes of the conflict. And that is why its implementation is very critical. And when it comes to the transitional justice, it becomes even more critical. If you look at practices elsewhere, if you look at South Africa, they're continuing. The process took over 20 years. So do we just say that since, we have now, we are beyond transition and we don't need to address issues of justice? Personally, I believe not. I believe these are the provisions that we have to make sure that our permanent constitution are enshrined in our permanent constitution, so that we can have a room to continue the processes of reconciliation, healing, but also an opportunity for not only a discourse but a redress for those who feel that, we need this. And it can be in many forms. You have now, in that chapter, you have a commission for compensation and, reparation, restorative justice, and the rest of it all. So it's something that we need to make sure that is enshrined in the upcoming permanent constitution. So in a nutshell, basically what I'm saying is that if we don't make sure that this is addressed in the next constitution, it can easily fall out. But we have an opportunity. You people have asked about the civic space and so on. There's an article in the chapter, I think it's chapter 6 for the constitution making. Yeah, in the agreement, which is now actually also incorporated in the agreement. And it talks about the centrality of the people of South Sudan in this process. What the chair of the commission was saying earlier, that it is a people-driven. It's article, I think it's 6.2.1, almost the first article in the chapter. That this is a process whereby people are central. The people of South Sudan, the supremacy, actually the word says supremacy of the people of South Sudan. So it is up to us to engage and make sure that these provisions make their way into the constitution. And that is why I just want to give one important recommendation for the women. We tried as women of South Sudan to develop a minimum agenda for women. And every time something is developed, it doesn't move anywhere. We either fail to have consensus or for whatever reason, and so on. But this is where, when it comes to the constitution making, I think it is critical that we look at the minimum, we expect to appear in that constitution, and we must fight it as a bloc. We also must lobby others, you know, the men for women, to ensure. And along, we carry children and youth. Children don't speak for themselves, we speak for them. So when we talk about women's rights, we must always make sure also that we ensure that the flights of children are addressed in this upcoming constitution. How we do it can be figured out. You know, like you already have, we have a wealth of resource here. So that, I believe, can be done. But I want you to do something else. When you do that, we usually identify a woman or two. Like during the NCAC, Dr. Riang was a member in NCAC, and we used to do submissions in NCAC as parties, especially as security mechanism for amendments of laws. We must monitor and follow the people we task, the women we task, to go speak on our behalf in any forum. Because sometimes if you don't monitor the person you send, they might end up doing or not doing exactly what you want them to do there. Because there are a lot of interests at play in such places. Lots of interests. And in doing that, you must always make sure that this person is accountable. This person must come and brief us back. This person, we must know that the person has gone and talked on our behalf and is what we, and if they fail, they should come back and say, we failed, we could not push this agenda, we could not push that agenda, so we strategize on how to continue to push through other means. Thank you very much.
That was a remark by the Honorable Minister of Interior, Honorable Angelina Tain. Thank you so much for addressing the audience, ladies and gentlemen. At this juncture, before we proceed for our lunch break, I can see people are getting drowsy. We're going to have a group photo, and I'm going to request the high table, all our guests, to come in the... You said something, ma'am? Okay, we're going to have a group photo, and I'm going to request the high table to come to the front. They will first have a picture and then we join them. هناخد صورة جماعية, we request the high table to come to the front, take their seats, and then all the audience can join them. Everybody join the group photo, please. I can still see people sitting. Please join us for the group photo. Thank you. Thank you all for participating in the group photo session. From here, we will proceed for lunch, and on your way outside, you will receive the
Good afternoon. After lunch, always it's so difficult to do something. بدأنا بسلم عليكم كلكم بمقامات بتاعكم المختلفة, and I'm really happy because I met so many women from the women that I normally meet from the state level. We have state ministers, we have members of parliament from the states, and also members of civil society. So I'm really glad to be here with you. I was introduced earlier by my sister, my daughter here, as a former member of board of SSWEN. SSWEN has been one of the organizations that was close to my heart. I met so many friends through SSWEN. I made a lot of contacts through SSWEN. I was once also chair of the board of SSWEN. So it's really a good opportunity to be here. Presentation with Ida was supposed to be before the panel discussion, because I was asked to talk about the gender provisions in the transitional constitution and the gaps. So عشان حاجة بيها قديمة كده, and the ministers also talk about it, and even some of you also mentioned some of the things. I'll go through it very briefly. First of all, I'm going to take us through the context that we all know about. I don't know, I don't know about I can't present in both English and Arabic when I'm doing this. I'll be doing in English, and maybe Atem later on can do a summary. So I just want to take us through a context that we know. Reflections and overview means you know it, but somebody's reminding you, okay? The context, the general context might be different from your specific state context. But what we are talking about a context of fragility and humanitarian crisis. We know since our independence, South Sudan went through a lot of crises. Some of them are man-made or we made it ourselves, like the 2013 and the 2016 conflict. We also know that we also went through flooding. We are now facing a lot of economic burdens, and we also went through COVID-19 in the past. But through all these crises, we always think of women, we always think of other vulnerable people. We also have, in terms of gender, some historical imbalances. We know very well that women were, let's say, not privileged to go to school like men. I'm sure now if they do statistics, still the number of girls in the school might be less than the number of boys in the schools. So we have these historical imbalances. If you also come to representation in the government, whether at state level or at national level, we still have these imbalances. It's still there. The imbalances continues in all the sectors, not only the government sector, but also the other sectors. لو هسه قلت لكم من التجار الكبار في بلد ده, who are the tycoons in this country? You know, most of the names that will come into your mind are men, males. And if there's a woman, maybe she was a tycoon for a short time, and then she's no longer in the night. Yeah, so this is our situation. But we also have some progress in our context. It's not always a negative context. We also have a situation where we are now thinking about democratic processes. We never had a permanent constitution. Although our country in the past, after the gaining of independence, we tried. We established the Constitutional Review Commission, but we destroyed it ourselves through the wars that happened. So like in 2018, we had a peace agreement, which was signed for a permanent constitutional making process. And I'm glad the chairperson of the Constitution, the reconstituted National Constitutional Review Commission was here. Also, we have a lot of significance of a constitution. Dr. Geng, the Minister of Youth and Sports, talk a lot about constitutionalism, but if you have to describe a constitution, it's a contract between the people and the state or government. It is also a contract between the people among themselves. So, الcontract يا تم معاهدة. Okay, so معاهدة ده بين الحكومة والشعب وبين الشعب مع نفسهم. Me and you, what is joining us is if we are joined by the constitution, that means we have a contract. Because we like when we come and discuss women issues as women, because it's of concern to all of us. Who are your constitution for we, the people. And these people, you are part of it. You are a woman, you are part of we the people. You are a man, you are part of we the people. You are a person with disability, you are still part of we the people. So, constitution is also a set of principles which form the basis of all laws in a country. Yabugulu, mother of all laws. You know, everything you talk, is it constitutional? Every mistake done, is it constitutional? I mean, you know, people refer to the Constitution as the mother of all the laws. Also, constitutions advocate for affirmative actions. It can be used as a tool for advocacy. Yomdak, during the struggle, South Sudanese women fought to be recognized. Although they were there as part of the struggle, but their efforts was not known, was not, let's say, recognized. And we thank God our late hero, Dr. John Garang de Mabior, listened to the voices of the women. And during those processes of forming a legal document that will govern this country, 25 none who really sang about the 25%. And I hear also in some other communities, 25%. Lakin that was not the end. Nuswan was in more. Talabul Mazid Mush. Why? Because they said we deserve more. And that's why during the negotiation of the peace agreement, the revitalized agreement on the resolution of conflict in South Sudan, addressed the gaps and say, no, women now need more. They need not 25%, 30%. And we are not even stopping at 30%. We recently launched the Women's Charter here. Come no for on Women's Charter. I'm sure most of the people who are here. But people who are coming from the states, I think dissemination of the Women's Charter needs to go to the state level. So Women's Charter, is a paper that was developed by, I think you are part of the consultation. Finas Mashilekum for the states, Mush. And they consulted you. And the Women's Charter came with recommendations that women want to be included in the permanent or the long-term constitution. So we went through all these processes. So if I am asked to talk about the gender provisions in the transitional constitution of South Sudan 2011, I think as amended Marco Tuhinak. But the amendments that happened are not very many. They are minor in some locations. So let me just start with some provisions which are, I'm not going to mention all the provisions, but just some articles that can help us to also even later on in our group discussion. We all know about Article 16 on the Bill of Rights, but before I talk about the Bill of Rights, it's important to just check others. في article هنا بيقول Article 14 equality before the law المساواة أمام القانون. Yani when you have an issue as a woman, you have the right to be listened to just like a man. I don't know if these things are happening at the state level. لو عندك قضية في المحكمة هل بتواجه مشاكل يلا بتقول ليه يا جماعة بيعاملوني كده عشان أنا راجل مرة؟ ها؟ Okay, so yeah, so that is good point. Equality before the law is there. However, sometimes it's not practical at sometimes. But we are not going to keep quiet, as was discussed earlier here. We need to speak them out, and through speaking them out, this is where solution will come. So all persons are equal before the law, and are entitled to the equal protection of the law without discrimination as to race, ethnic origin, color, sex, language, religion, creed, political opinion, birth, locality, or social status. So the matakun aware of the constitutional provisions, you can use it to stand to Gula Qadi, Maulana, you are wrong. Because Article Kida Kida in the Constitution, Bigul, Inu, there is equality before the law. So whatever you are saying, Galamshila customary law, I'm not going to accept because here it is in the Constitution. Again, if we come to Article 15 of the Constitution also talks about right to found a family. And here Bigul, every person of marriageable age. And this is where we come and say, you see, man, ena gefta, you bitshuf hajatama shuf to gavli kiramush. So when the Constitution was talking about the marriageable age, and as we interact more as women, we discover that there is an issue here. Bigul, you know, marriageable age. I like what Mama Sunde was saying earlier there. Sometimes we say a statement, like we need to examine whatever statement that we are facing. So every person of marriageable age, according to this Constitution of ours, shall have the right to marry a person of the opposite sex and to found a family according to their respective family laws. And no marriage shall be entered into without the free and full consent of the man and woman intended to marry. Forced marriage is fi wala mafi? Fi mush? Yeah. So we have Maulanat here. I'm glad Jacqueline Nasiwa is here and other Maulanas here with us. So later on, maybe during the discussion, they will tell us if the Constitution is violated, where do we go to? Also, we have a local government act, which has also some provisions that are related to what is in the Constitution. Because, for example, Section 108 in Local Government Act 2009, Bigul, no marriage shall be entered into without the free will and consent of the man and the woman intending to marry, with guidance of their respective parents. It's not a forced marriage, like in pressure. Arrange then so you'll give in to that pressure, mush. Yeah, it's like a forced marriage, like in Balbarid kira. Like in it's still okay, anyway, indirect, but at the same time, Galuhina with guidance from the parent. But because sometimes, let's accept also, sometimes you'll come to a certain age, you don't know how to choose, unless somebody help you with ideas, right? We have friends, even men. Sometimes you might have a friend, and I want to get married, what shall I do? Yeah? And the same thing to the ladies. And here is your parents. They can guide you. Zolam in family kwais ukira. Lakin my ability, the choice bitak logalo kalamda. You will of course go and think objectively. You also go and investigate on your own, and this marriage takes place. So Jama, we have a right to find or to create families. We have equality between men and women. Now this is the main article that we always refer to, which is called the Bill of Rights. Equality between men and women. I work in UNDP, and all these UN agencies, gender equality and women empowerment, Bigulu is a principal guide. Like any intervention that you do, you have to know and think about equality between, you think about the aspect of equality, and you also think about the aspect of women empowerment. Because Mafi development, beji bidun engagement of all the voices. So under this equality between men and women, for Article 16, Bigul women shall be accorded full and equal dignity of the person with men. And Bigul, even if it is not fulfilled, let's say it is a process. We are coming from a patriarchal culture. We are coming from a culture of, let's say, vulnerability, where, for example, women traveled with the children to the refugee camps, and only after peace, that's when they started staying together as a family after many years of. So there are many challenges that we face as a country, which is a post-country. So Bigul Kaman, in section 2 Bigul, women shall have the right to equal pay for equal work and other related benefits. women shall also have the right to participate equally with men in public life. Where we see a lot of challenges also, because I was asked to talk about gaps and the provision at the same time. So you'll see later on that I will project some little statistics on women in public service. They are limited. There's a lot of gap there. So also all the governments at all levels are also requested to promote women's participation in public life and their representation in kullu mahalat al-organs with al-hukuma, kanda legislative, executive, and judiciary. Enact laws to combat harmful customs and traditions which undermine the dignity and status of women. And then also provide maternity and child care and medical care for pregnant and lactating women. So the Constitution dakhal fi hajat katira, including the health issue. And as we go forward, there's also in Article 15, right to inherit properties. Women shall have the right to own properties and share in their estate of their deceased husband, together with any surviving legal heir of the deceased. في discussions كتير around here بيقولوا المرأة عندها الحق إنه تمتلك ممتلكات، كان ده أرض ولا بيت ولا شنو، لكن بيقول هنا with their deceased husband, I mean من راجل يموت بيقول and share in the estates of their deceased husband together with any surviving legal heir. Surviving legal heir ده ما أعرف بالعربي نقوله كيف؟ ها؟ No, surviving زول تاني المسموح له يكون له ورثة ده beside المرأة، ما المرأة براو، لكن أي زول تاني المعترفين به يكون جزء منه. ممكن يكون أخو الراجل أي كفيل أو وكيل، كله وكيل أو كفيل، alright كله. So sometimes من راجل يموت بيكون في مشاكل كثيرة. And I wish there is a special discussion, widows alone, to talk about their issue. I don't know if SSWEN can be your next, just leave widows alone and learn about their issues more. They will tell you so many things. الراجل كان خلى لنا البيت، لكن أخو الراجل جا قال هو الأولى بالبيت ده. And I have children. It is even worse when the woman does not have children. قلت منو ذات خلت لنا شنو? What is your right here and you don't have a child? So there are so many things that people go through. But the Constitution here بيقول إنه عندنا الحق as women to inherit properties. Rights of female child to education. This one as an important aspect, because we used to have issues with girl child education. We used to have issues of girls are not taken to school. الراجل لو عنده ثلاثة بنات وولد واحد، ولد يابا يشيلوا مدرسة and the girls will stay there to help. Because they think that when he goes to school, when the boy goes to school, it is more meaningful. But nowadays things are changing. البنية بيهتم بأبوه أكتر من الولد. I don't know if some people have experienced that. But many people are telling us when a daughter is always closer to her SSWEN, is always closer to the parents. So that's why the Constitution here said there's a right of female child to education. وكلام ده مكتوب كمان في Child Act. They also reflected that every female child has the right of equal participation في المدارس وفي حاجة ده. وبيقول كمان إنه حتى لو بنية حمله she has the right to go back to school. ده كله في Child Act. Yeah, so it is important to note all this one. So if we have these provisions in the transitional constitution, and if those provisions have also been, if the peace agreement that came in 2018 has improved some of these aspects, مش قلنا في gaps, the peace agreement addressed some of these gaps and said, for example, instead of 25% in the Nahasa, 35%, وما ده بس في all the other mechanisms لازم يكون في تمثيل بتاع مرأة ب 35%. So there's a number of laws that were done before, and the issue of 35% عملوا. I'll come back to this shortly. But أنا بقول شنو? There is progress. It is not always negative. There is a lot of progress. If we come to تمثيل المرأة, for example, there's a lot of progress. For example, for the first time in history, we have a female vice president. Well, okay, Nas Maktab Naib Rais. Yeah? But this is first time in history. For the first time, they made us test the Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, although talaw akhwatna min hinak, but at least in history, there is a history that we had women in those positions. Also, there are women who are holding very important ministries here as leaders. Agriculture, Jama, is not an easy ministry. It is run by a woman in this country. They are interior by a woman. You mentioned them, you know, gender zato. Although in the state level, there are also men who are gender ministers, which is not bad because gender is both. Huh? Yeah, but we have it's called Ministry of Gender, Child and Social Welfare. These are the aspects which are closer to our daily life. It is run also by a woman. Terbiya Kaman, general education is also run by a woman. So we also have a deputy speaker for the Council of State. Although we have only one governor, that's wow. Abruka alaikum. Some of these states, wow, nar. Wow, remain nar because they're always, you know, we really appreciate Honorable Cleto. Although she's one, but she's really representing women in her work, and we are really proud of her. But not the Balmazid, it's not. There's a violation of the Constitution there. Out of 10, 35% out of 10 come. 3. We are supposed to have 3. Yeah, and let's say we are supposed to have 4 governors. Ma hassle, right? So we are going to reflect on those issues later on. Yeah, so Jama, Gunda Kaman, Minister of Environment is also led by a woman. Minister of Culture and Tourism is also led by a woman. Other factors, there is an increase in the number of women in decision-making process. We have Hasada, Talgalek, Benia Sogay, Gulak, the Minister of Information. And it's also a good thing because they are also capable and they will have their mothers or their fathers around to support them. We also have a deputy governor who is still very young also in Jungule State, Nas Jungule, right? Even Warab is, yeah, even in Warab, Macy. You see, so young women for the first time now are also coming up in decision-making positions. There is an increase. Okay, when I talk of undersecretary, sometimes even before Gwenzil sometimes it's Allah undersecretary Benia Khutuma, Mara Khutuma Halu Rajil. So there were 4, but I don't know now. I think one of the ministries undersecretary has been replaced by a man, so maybe there are now 3. There's also representation of women in higher diplomacy. There is progress. One of our best friends who was also associated with Agnes Oswaha is the head of mission in UK. She was also a board chairperson of SSWEN. She's now the head of South Sudan mission to the UK. We also have Ethiopia. The head is a lady, you know. We also have in other countries, I don't know, a little bit Taba or Silka diplomacy, but there is progress. See, okay, yes. Our young, energetic head of South Sudan mission to the UN is Ambassador Cecilia Deng. So as women, it is slow, but we are always proud of whatever is happening. Whatever progress we make, we appreciate. So I was saying also some of the opportunities we have for inserting the 35% is the process that we had earlier, the review of some laws. So a number of laws have been reviewed, and some of them like the National Security Service Act, the South Sudan Police Service, the Prison Service, the Wildlife Service. Asa, if you see the amended one, you'll see 35% in that place. You'll see gender provisions in many of these. So there was a very big process here for Juba with a review of these laws, which were done through the Constitutional Amendment Commission or a committee. Yeah, committee. So let's say we are in progress. Kul yom fi haja jadid. And this is the most important thing. If you are just dull, there are mushkila. Some of the new things also, the Minister of Gender is working so hard in the area of securing that we have the right policies. Recently, I think in the state level, Mush Country consultation on development of Women Empowerment Fund, Women Equality Fund. This is to support women's political participation. Semena nu election jai, nusuan masakatu. What shall we do to prepare these women for election? They are always going through financial difficulties. We election that they low gurush. For you to do many things. Even when I go lobbying with my sisters here, I need to buy soda mush. Lo mind the gurush. You will say, ah, that machine adina moya bas, hata moya bas malagino. So that's why it's important for these bills to come up. There is also, we were talking about the women empowerment bill that also the ministry was leading. So consultation it to command for state level, you went through it. So in summary, the challenges that we are facing is inadequate implementation of the 35% quota في كل المجالات كان ده في gubernatorial ولا في ministerial ولا في parliamentary. There is also lack of awareness on the opportunities for the engagement in decision making, especially nasal في grassroots. A lot of information ما بوصل لكم بسرعة. Then some of the limitation that if you want to talk about it more, بيقولوا in out of 64 political parties الموجودة هنا, only 3 political parties are led by women, and only 2 are legally registered. Some of these statistics might not be fresh, lakin these are recent statistics. Galo, almost all the parties are not, almost all the parties that are signatories to the agreement are not legally registered as political parties. It's just Garibda. We had the reconstitution of the political parties council. So if they want to do the registration, time is open now for registration. So this was a big challenge. So we also have varieties or differences. We Council of States also Bigulu out of 550 members of the Transitional National Legislative Assembly, Galo only 171 Bagamarat Benzil Bagamarat Shifok Shankulu Marafi Garar Benazil Utalao are women. So my dear sisters, I didn't want to do a PowerPoint presentation because I know time is short and it's almost 3 something. If I use a PowerPoint presentation, can indeed a lot of data on the differences for all the categories. Ehna kalamna on the executive side, but also in judiciary, we had a study also. And we discovered that also there is also a lot of differences. So Bigulu Diamond, there is power in data. Chairperson of the Constitutional Review Commission, Gibel Kalaman, opportunities that are there for engagement of women. He talked about the Constitutional Drafting Committee. The Constitutional Conference, they will talk of 35%, but Lobiga actor I think it will even be better. Yeah. Then recently there was the launching of the Women Charter earlier, and this question was about how do we ensure that we have a constitution which is not distorted by foreign ideas. I think Yar asked this question of, she talked about people are tired of this donor support. When are we going to stand on our own? So the question of when are we going to stand on our own is a question that I also wanted to ask. Because the partners like us, the manage to support a process. Some people will take it like this is interference. Like from our perspective, we are feeling a gap that is existing. So for this issue with a foreign interference not to be there, all of you need to be part of the permanent constitutional making process. All of you should be ambassadors. Talk to even your grandmother, she might have a better idea. At home, article constitution, what is your opinion about this? And because Ababa will not attend workshops like here, you can bring the ideas here. Yeah? So it is all our responsibility to be part of making this country a prosperous country. We appreciate everybody who has already contributed to the struggle. Can't use them in Katiba Banat, they were use of other things. But they are here today in a liberated, in a free country called South Sudan, which is ours. So as we move forward on constitutional issues, let us always remember that when we develop constitution, we talk about we, the people. And you are part of those people. Okay? Shukran lakum,
Thank you so much, Madam Margaret. I think you need to sit down, wait the questions. لناس اللغة العربية هي قدمت ورقة عن نظرة عامة للدستور الانتقالي لجنوب السودان. ده العنوان بتاعت ورقتها، نظرة عامة للدستور الانتقالي لجنوب السودان. وقالت إنه في عدم توازن في التمثيل، وذكرت أيضا قالت في تقدم في الديمقراطية، ونحن عندنا اتفاقية. مميزات الدستور قالت هي عبارة عن الدستور عبارة عن معاهدة بين الناس والحكومة مع نفسها، الشعب مع نفسه. إنه الدستور ده بيبدأ بكلمة نحن، يعني بيشمل كل الناس. وقالت ميزة رقم 3 إنه الدستور ده كل القوانين. ديل 3 مميزات قدمتها. والميزة الرابعة قال إنه الدستور ده يناصر من أجل تنفيذ affirmative action of which أنا ما أعرفه بالعربي شنو affirmative action أتو yes. فميزة الدستور ده إنه بيناصر من أجل إنه ينفذوا affirmative action. أيضا في women charter خارطة الطريق من أجل حقوق المرأة، برضو هي ذكرتهم. نسبة للفجوات ذكرت عدة نقاط أو الثغرات الموجودة في الدستور. قالت في البند رقم 16 اللي هو بند الحقوق ده فوقه فجوة، والفجوة إنه الدستور ده بنادي إنه يكون في مساواة للجنسين، لكن لما نيجي في التنفيذ ما قاعد يكون في مساواة، وده ثغرة. الثغرة الثانية برضو في البند رقم 15 بتحدث عن حق تأسيس الأسرة، إنه مسموح للبنت تقرر إنها عايزة تزوج منه، لكن البند ده بقول إنه لازم هي تستشير الوالدين، بمعنى آخر ممكن يأثروا فيها وتتخذ قرار هي ما راضية به، فده فجوة. والبند رقم 16 برضو فوقه فجوة بينادي بين المساواة بين الجنسين. وفي البند رقم 2 من البند 16 ده اللي هو المشاركة في الحياة العامة، مسموح للمرأة إنها يكون عندها ممتلكات، لكن برضو البند ده بيقول إنه في حالة إنه زوجك اتوفى لازم يكون في كفيل أنت بتستشيريه لو مثلا عايزة تبيع الأرض أو لو دارت تعمل أي حاجة بالأرض ده. ومن النقاط اللي هي ذكرتها قالت في تقدم في الدستور ده إنه أدى الومن أو أدى النساء الفرصة إنه يشاركوا في صناعة القرار. وقالت لأول مرة يكون في مرة في المنصب بتاعت نائب الرئيس، مرة وزيرة للدفاع، ومرة وزيرة للداخلية، ومرة رئيسة للبرلمان القومي. فقالت ده كله من الامتيازات اللي جات بها الاتفاقية أو الدستور الحالي. وقالت برضو في تقدم في صناعة القرار، قالت إنه في تمثيل للشابات في الهيئات الدبلوماسية، وأيضا ما فقط في الهيئات الدبلوماسية لكن على مستوى الولايات برضو في تمثيل للشابات في المناصب الحكومية. فقالت الفرص المتاحة إنه نحن محتاجين نعيد النظر في بعض القوانين الموجودة في جنوب السودان. فده باختصار البرزنتيشن حقها، وعايزين ندي فرصة لو في زول عنده مداخلة أو زول عنده سؤال عايز يسأله. Raise your hand with confidence so that we see you.
أنا بسلم للجميع بعد ما رجعنا من اللانش. أنا الأول عندي مداخلة والثاني سؤال. أنا المداخلة بتاعتي أنا مديرة بتاعت الرعاية الاجتماعية في مقاطعة بتاعت الرنج. أول ما جابوني كمديرة بتاعت الرعاية الاجتماعية في مقاطعة الرنج لقيت صعوبات شديدة. من ضمن الصعوبات في ناس قاعدين يسألوا رؤى دي منو عشان يجيبوها مديرة بتاعت الرعاية الاجتماعية، مرت منو؟ واحد من الأسئلة إنه بنت ما متزوجة ما ممكن تجي مديرة. السؤال الثاني برضو إنه رؤى يجيبوها كيف يعني مديرة وهي بنت صغيرة. حتى في الاجتماعات أنا لما أجي أتكلم ولا أعاقب بقول لي انت اسكتي انت بنت صغيره. فكل الحاجات دي انا عمري 30 سنه، اكيد انا ما بنت صغيره، واتخرجت من جامعه وبمارس نشاطي عادي. قبل ما اكون اصلا مديره اتدرجت في الاداره. فكل الحاجات دي تحديات قاعد تواجهنا، كان داخل المقاطعات ولا الولايات ولا البومات، بعد ذاك بتجي في القوميه. فدي المداخله بتاعتي. السؤال بتاعي، انا لو عندي رغبه اني ما اتزوج وعايزه اقعد كده وعايزه انجب، هل الدستور بيديني حق الانجاب من غير ما اتزوج واسجل الاطفال ديل باسمي ولا باسم ابوي؟ الخيار يكون لي انا. فالدستور ما بيديني الحاجه دي، لكن انا بتمنى اسمع الحاجه دي منك بكل وضوح. زائد انه كونه الدستور يخط لنا انه الوارث ولا يكون في كافل، اكيد انا برفض الحاجه دي. فانا عندي حق زيه زي اي راجل اني اتكلم، اورث الحاجات دي كلها اهدي. فليه يجي يخط لي كافل؟ ففي حاجات معينه الانسان بيكون في زول كفيل لك لما تكون عندك اختلال في العقل، عندك مشكله، عندك حاجات كثيره. لكن كونه يكون ما في مشكله، انا عقلي سليم، بقدر بتصرف، بقدر بعمل اي حاجه، اكيد ما ممكن يخطوا لي كافل. فالكافل ده ممكن يستغلني بسبب الكفاله دي ذاتها، انه انا المسؤول منك، ولا انه انا اعمل كده تعملي لي كده مقابل كده. فالاستغلال بقى كتير، لانه بيكون في راسنا دائما في زول. فواحد من الحاجات، في بنات بيجوا بيحكوا لي انه المدير بتاعك يقول لك ما عملتي كده انا برفدك من الشغل. فده يا حق بديه انه ترفدك من الشغل. انت بتستغلني عشان ترفدني من الشغل، اكيد انا برفض الحاجه دي. وانا واحد من الحاجات، كان عندي مشروع قدمته شركه موجوده هنا في جوبا، فالاجراءات كلها مشت. بعد ما خلاص المشروع جاي يطلع، فكان في نوع من الاستغلال. فقام قال لي انت تعالي لي في هوتيل الفلاني بتعرفيه؟ قلت له انا ما بعرفه. قال بنات الولايات انتوا عاملين فيها ما بتفهموا. قلت له اي انا ما بفهم. فقام قال لي خلاص اركبي اي بوده وتعالي. فقمت قلت له خلاص كويس. قمت رجعت له قلت له خلاص انا جايه معي نسيبي. قام قال لي نسيبك جاي معك لشنو؟ قلت له هم مقدمني. قال لي طبعا ما يقدمك، انا دايرك تجي براك عشان نجي نتناقشوا في الحاجات بتاعت المشروع. قلت له خلاص انا ممكن اجي المكتب؟ قال لي لا. فدي انا متاكده انه هو داير يستغلني، لكن يستغلني عشان انا قاعده اقدم خدمه للمجتمع، اكيد انا برفض الحاجه دي. طالما بقعد ادافع عن حقوق نسوان ما بقدر ادافع عن حقوق نفسي. فانا خليت المشروع كده. المشروع ده وقف من انه كان في نسوان كثيره حيستفيدوا من وراه، كان حيكون في توعيه، حيكون في نسوان عرفوا حقوقهم، عرفوا. فدي واحده من الحاجات اللي قاعده تدمرنا وقاعده توقفنا نحن كبنات كنسوان. ففي ناس بيكونوا ضعيفين بيستغلوهم، وفي ناس بيخلوا الحاجه مره واحده بيكون ما في استفاده وبتجيف كده. فشكرا لكم.
ثانك يو. أنا بس عندي سؤالين. بالحقيقة يعني أننا كلمنا كثير نساء about we have been talking a lot about our right. Women must have their right, we must have equal right with men. Lakin when we go back to our traditional rules, some of us cannot even have decision making within the family. Shalang rajil bitak mat. Kalamal there, you will not be allowed to be there. You will never say whatever you want to say in your family. Hala nina ragibna hajade. Did we follow up? We, those who think that we are leaders, did we really work hard for that, so that we overcome what is against us? Limited name. We have been talking about constitution and so what. We did not follow up. Constitution has got so many things, but they have not been done. Even Local Government Act, signed 2009 by His Excellency the President. I am one of the people who disseminated it. أنا ضابط إداري بالمعاش الدربوني في أكاديمية السودان عمري كله. أنا بجري للسياسة وأنا ضابط إداري. We disseminated local government act because it is connected with the local person down. It is wherever we would have found the right of women zato. We did not follow up. Women leaders, I think they have to adjust themselves. When we talk about all this now, we will never succeed unless we run after whatever has been mentioned in the Constitution or whatever is in our villages. We have to make a change by ourselves. But when we come to the conference like this, we talk, this will be done, this will be done. I'm not satisfied unless we go down and make follow-up. You must have a committee who will go and point to the government that this thing has not been done in its place. 35% when it got done, in our parliament we are 101, but only 32 women. The bigger cheating. There is something to be done by women, but we cannot finish it with conferences or workshop or talking. We have to be committed. We make some committees. I'm a grandmother to everybody at Ganakuma. And then I will point out that this is wrong. And thank you.
We pick 3 and then you respond and then we pick another 3.
يا شكرا مارغريت للمحاضرة الجميلة اللي انت عملتيه لنا. فانت تكلمت عن التحديات اللي بتواجه النساء في engendering الconstitution. واحدة من التحديات اللي بتواجهنا هنا كنساء في جنوب السودان ما عندنا الاتحاد العام للمرأة الجنوب السودانية. والاتحاد ده الجسم اللي بيجمع كل نساوي من جنوب السودان، يعني فيه الأحزاب، فيه المنظمات الثانية الما تابعة للحكومة، فيها منظمات المجتمع المدني، يعني أي زول بيلقى نفسه في الاتحاد العام للمرأة الجنوبية. يلا الدور بتاع الاتحاد شنو؟ يعني لو بقى في خلل زي الحقوق بتاع النسوان المهضومة زي 35% people were just talking about it. ده اللي بيشيلوا منه للإكزيكتيف فوق. ده الاتحاد العام للمرأة الجنوب السودانية المفروض يكون أكتف، لكن عندنا هنا ما أكتف. دي جسم المفروض يقعد يتكلم عن مشاكل النسوان. منظمات مجتمع مدني برا ما كفاية، فإحنا محتاجين لمؤسسات تكون فعالة زي الاتحاد العام للمرأة السودانية. مثلا في السودان الشعار حقهم كان شنو؟ إنه الاتحاد للجميع وللكل حزبه. يعني أنت لما تجي الاتحاد العام للمرأة السودانية في السودان بيتناقشوا قضايا المرأة in general. لما تجيبي مشكلة بتاعت حزب بتاعك ده shut you down. بيقولوا لك إحنا هنا ما جايين نناقش قضايا بتاعت الحزب بتاعك، إحنا جايين نناقش هنا قضايا بتاعت المرأة ككل. إحنا جسم زي ده مهم بالنسبة لنا كنسوان في جنوب السودان، لازم يفعلوا عشان هم الجسم ده يعني بيكون عنده علاقة مباشرة مع الحكومة. الاتحاد بيكون عنده علاقة مباشرة مع منظمات المجتمع المدني. ده الجسم اللي بيربط نسوان بتاع جنوب السودان. في السودان يعني الاتحاد العام للمرأة السودانية بتلقي في كل الولايات. مجرد ما تدخلي ولاية أول جسم بتشوفي الاتحاد العام للمرأة السودانية ولاية سنار، ولاية كسلة. أنا كنت شغالة في مركز الجندر في الحفات، بسافر كثير في الولايات مع الإدارة بتاعة المركز. التعاون بتاعت الوزارة بتاعت جندر بتعاون مع الاتحاد العام للمرأة الجنوب السودانية. لما الناس تتعاون مع بعض الاتحادات والجمعيات والحكومات ومنظمات مجتمع مدني، إذن الوشز بتاعت women will be pushed. لكن لما كل جسم يشتغل براه ما بيمشي، حاجاتنا ذاتها ما بتستمع، ما بتصل للإكزيكتيف فوق. شكرا.
Over to you, Madam Margaret.
Okay, خلينا نجاوب للثلاثة ديل عشان ما يكون كثير، ده نرجع لسؤال أسئلة تاني. They said we come back to the questions again. Thank you, our مديرة بتاع الرعاية الاجتماعية في ولاية روين. I want to thank you for your courage, الشجاعة بتاعك. Whatever she talked about, demonstrate that she's courageous. صفقوا. She brought to us her personal experience. She's unmarried, but she's made a DG, Director General. الناس بتسألوا ليه؟ She's young, she's neither. لكن كلام تا young ده تذكر if you are Christian here and you know the Bible, you know what Timothy went through. لكن the answer that was given to him, لا يستهين أحد بحداثتك، كن قدوة للمؤمنين. Do not allow people, you know, this is now to you. Do not allow people to bring it into your mind that you are young, whatever. Show them what you can do. In your young age, you are capable of doing something. وانتي هسه ما عرفتي بتجي for كم سنة. لكن you have bright fresh ideas. حتى انك تجي هنا في national level تقدمي ورقة لشركة so that you support women in the grassroots. ده كمان ده فكرة بيقولوا innovative idea. ممكن maybe some people who are in your county or like your administrative area ممكن ما عندهم الشجاعة إنه يجوا لحد جوبا to present such an idea. ولما جيتي هنا التحديات اللي جا كده harassment هنا ده people are talking about it. It's not only in South Sudan. في محلات تاني. You know, somebody will tell you تعال يعني ده تقابل تزول مسؤول. Even I interact a lot with some key people up there, especially female. Same similar situation even if you have a title. حتى لو أنت general في جيش. حتى لو أنت ذاته minister sometimes. You might have this situation coming your way. But how do you carry yourself? How do you respond to such a person? Like another friend of mine, I don't want to mention, but she's from a high position. She wanted really to see a key person. For many days, she came from Wilayat. I was at the Shufzul Kabir, somewhere, Marais, somebody from Nasal Kobara Taninda. You know, all the time, there is this thing of Ta'al Bukra, come tomorrow. Just like Hajab Fatishugul. But of course, at the end, she realized that person wanted to meet her privately, in a hotel. You know, she was really mad and made a lot of scenario drama. Lahadima, her rights were given. Because Kanadok Masulia, Mafizol Tanaji Dakhal fi Hajara. And then also, I don't know, because people don't talk, we keep silent. The culture of silence. Hata when you talk about GBV, sorry, our men who are here, but maybe you can also carry it to other men who are out there. The culture of silence is killing many men also silently. A man can also go through GBV at home and will not talk. Galashano Rajin. You go also through some situation, even harassment from, nowadays it's not only the men who harass, but also the women who harass men. Nowadays I was told not to be talking about gender from one side. I talk about gender from two perspectives. So culture of silence, nakhallu. You address this issue from your responsibility as a Director General, from your responsibility as a leader from your own. Yeah, so zolle mind modo. So I hope this element of people who are harassing people will not be there in the long run. So my advice, family law, mafi fi balada. Maulanat fi hina. Is this an item that can also be put in the constitution? I think everyone has a right to submit an idea in this constitution making process. She's talking about the right of forming a family as a single person. انت ما متزوجة لكن شفت عمر بتاعك ماشي وداير يكون دك جنة. كلام ده مكتوب في constitution ولا ما في حاجة كده clear about it. This one, the provision which is here on this article that I talked about, the right to form a family, بيتكلم shall have the right to marry a person of the opposite sex and to found a family according to their respective family laws, and no marriage shall be entered into without the free and full consent of the man and woman. وفي local government act بيتكلم بأنه no marriage shall be entered into without the free will and consent of the man and woman intending to marry with guidance of their respective parents. So لو أنت مشيت لماما بتاعك الليلة هاي you will not even know how to open this conversation. أنا هسه عندي 35 سنة and I feel like ما في عريس بيجي. أقدر نلحق طبعا women have a short time. I want to have a baby. Sometimes you cannot talk. That conversation will not come. You will decide on your own. ومالو كمان. It's a decision because you are an adult, right? Yeah, so I think في family law مناقشة يا جماعة, this is for the first time ever I had a point like this. This is a point that can also be discussed. I don't know, in this provision on right to form a family, is it only through marriage? Well, it can also be formed through other means. I know of men who decided not to marry, but they have children. The society does not look at them differently, but they are there. Right? We have that. So on the second question on the women's right versus the reality that we talk about, from our Mama Tabitha here, she talked from experience. Gadagula Jama, Kalam Sakit Hina Mabi Makifaya, we have to go out and be practical. Practicality, Mama, honorable. Sometimes when it's just committee without legal support, Mabija, and that's why the Ministry of Gender is working on something called Women Empowerment Bill. Women Empowerment Bill is going to act as an enforcement mechanism. ما أعرف بقوله بالعربي كيف. لكن ده بيكون زي أهو لما تمشي تقول للناس let's say حزب سانو انتوا يا جماعة في ولاية هنا you did not fulfill 35%. Women Empowerment Act بيقول كده كده. You know, so you have something that will support you. عشان ما يعمل لك harassment. وإنت قاعد تتكلم ساكت إنت منو وكده. Right? So the Ministry of Gender is working on those provisions. But I think if we say we, the people, we also have the right to go and question. Gibelik, one of the questions I wanted to ask in the panel here is when there is violation. I think Molana is here. She talked about violation. There's a lot of violation to the constitution, they must have now Gibel. But who, they are to jihamin kino do level complaint. I see some people, civil society can write a position paper, but where are you taking it? They are to jihal bistali malmin kinyamul implementation. Help Maktaba Rais, wala Ministry of Gender, wala yatu. So also the ministry is thinking of formation of something called, is it Women Commission? Or, Gender Equality Commission. In some other places, when we travel abroad, sometime in Shuf, some dual, they are very much advanced. Like Zimbabwe, كان مشينا مع Honorable هنا, Dr. Elizabeth مشينا US شهر 3 سوا. حضرنا كده ندوة من Zimbabwe. The Zimbabwe, they have office of the First Lady, very active. But they have the Ministry of Gender, and they have the Commission of Gender, and they have كده. لكن كلهم شغالين مع بعض. الpoint القالوا جبالك, when they work together, is where the strengths will come. لما الجهات ده كله تشتغل مع بعض, this is where the enforcement will really come. And then they have to be backed up by legal provisions. Some, the constitution is one, the agreement is one, but also this Women Empowerment Bill. If it is passed or to an act, I'm sure a lot of things will happen. Yeah, so I hope I answered your question. And the last one, quickly, it was on Women Union Nukira. Yeah, there's a big gap. Late Sarah Ajit, may God rest her soul in peace, was a chairperson of, I don't know if it's called Women Association or Women Union. I need to understand the difference between Women Union and Association. Etihad, but, all right. So this country need to work on this Women Union thing. I saw in other countries, come on, Nuswan Benjamin Kulu political parties because they want to address one issue. And Biju without any color. Mafizal Wugula na SPLM Ayo or SPLM Kira, you are part of the union. Civil society part of the union. Anna Shagal for you and the part of the union. So we need such a body. So who do we address and who do we stress this thing to? They are to Jiha, Ministry of Gender. So Kulana from SSWEN here to Ministry of Gender, right? Because we really want to demand the formation of a women's union. I remember the first vice president talked about it for conference with Agu Tamara, when women union. Because in some countries it's one of the strongest. Yeah, so I think this is the second question. So this one will be formed, yes? Here, how many Jamash? And I don't know if there is Barnamij Badda. Yes, here, and then there, and then here, and there. Arba.
Thank you. Thanks for giving the opportunity. I want to clarify something on what the Director General said there. My worry is that things seems to be not clear to me or my other team who came maybe from Greater Bargazal. Now, we are talking about gender mainstreaming, inclusivity, in gendering constitution. My question is that are all these things effective in Greater Bargazal? This is one. Secondly, those who are active, working like you now, they are concentrating maybe on the capital here, Juba. Frankly speaking, it would have been better for me to ask such kind of question while the National Commission Review, Nation Constitutional Review Commission was here. Because what is going on now, I have seen to it that there is nothing going on in the on ground in Wa or in Greater Warab or Greater Rumbek and so on. Women are there. They are behind the globe. They don't know anything. They don't know even what is going on as constitution, as roadmap, as revitalized peace agreement of the 2018. Things seems to be, I don't know, mess up like I don't know. And another question is that the right pathway of channeling issue is not even clear to us there. I'm saying this, like for example, if we gather in WOW as women, deliberating on gender mainstreaming, okay? Who are the right person, the right channel that we should follow up to the National Review Commission? And who is there active to consider us, to consider our voice? People are just talking and talking and talking. This is number 2. Number 3, the right people who were supposed to take lead, maybe is the government. This is what she asked that women union. That was the lady asked the women union. The right person who should be taking such kind of burden is the government. What you people are doing here is just a help. Okay? You are just pushing. You are just making life easy. So I'm not so much clear. What is really going on? Are the state involved with others, or are the state on track? Kereni kalim barabi. Alaja ala sila sare. Group bitana al jai min Greater Bargazal, jai min Warab, jai min Wow. Ma bari faya haja inu. Fi dustur legal sagal gal nuswani kuni ndu msot fogu. Yani asa. Hajat de baamu nafsu fi Juba ini. وفي محلات تانين. I have heard that إنت قلت شغال Ministry of Gender شغال في empowerment bill. empowerment bill ده وصل فوق؟ وصل في وراب. فحسا أنا دارا الانكلوسيفيتي اللي بنقول فيه ده يمشي صح و right channel of processing the information. Or getting information from right people should be addressed so that we all know. Thank you very much.
We have direct questions, Ajama. Questions direct. Hina, Asma Atem, just let's finish with this table and we go to the, yeah. Sorry, Jama, we have lawyers here also. They can help in answering some of these questions.
أنا اسمي أسنتا ألويل من وراب. The same thing. نحن في قوانين بتاع نسوان ده ما قوانين ده نحن برانا هنا ده لو كل نسوان لحد نسوان تحت فعلا زي ما قالوا أستاذة بيبدأ من هنا لولايات من ولايات لمحافظة من محافظة لبيامات من بيامات يوصل لحد بوما ده كله ناسنا وده ياو ناس الناس قوين بهم ناس تحت دين فحاجة ده بوصل بطريقة ياتو نفس الطريقة اللي قالوا الطريقة بتاع نسوان طريقة بتاع اسوسيشن بتاع نسوان يا ممكن طريقة ده يوصل لحد تحت إن شاء الله بموية نحن ناس تحت بنفهم نفوسنا إن شاء الله تمشي وتنادي أخوانك وتتكلم معهم تلقى ومن جروب اللي هناك ده وتتكلم معهم في حاجة ده نتكلموا مع نسوان وبسمع عليك هم بيجوا وبلموا
in CPA the level women of South Sudan reach, we should congratulate ourselves. The system is there, but the dissemination is limited. Why? The funds are on UN hands, are not with the government. And the government should take full lead. Whatever law for the women or constitution should be led by the Ministry of Gender, direct to the women. And again, our civil society They play a very great role. We should appreciate them. What is missing from us, we don't evaluate ourselves. مفروض نقول في سنة كده لسنة كده سوينا ده، في سنة كده لسنة كده عملنا ده. لكن لما ننكره يقول حاجات ده فضلنا في جوبا وما وصل في ولايات, it seems we are contradicting ourselves. The only problem, the training are not full. Today will come different person. The next training after 3 months will come a new phase. This is where our things get lost. Formation of association is a real gap. Min ma amal association de ma shafu wilayat kullu. I appreciate you, Margaret, because part of our constitution, finance ma biaraf. If they preach that constitution like revitalized peace agreement, kullu zol kan biaraf. Wa governor wen, unahnu lisa tabanin wen. Lekin constitution and bukun permanent constitution will be full, and maybe after 3 years, other people will say this is not the permanent constitution. The issue of fund, nas bamshi be grush, binadu workshop be grush bita munazama de maze grush bita na University of Sudan. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Appreciate. Thank you for presentation, my sister. So the issue about married, the issue about married, مفترض يكون في قانون بتاع under 18 under 18 years it's not supposed to be married. لازم يكون في مسؤولية في اتجاه بتاع married under 18. And the issue بتاع إنه في certificate married. في certificate married بس just only in the church, but in traditional married ما قاعد يكون في certificate married. لأنه certificate married يهو بحل مشاكل بتاعت المرأة, بديك حق إنك أنت كنت متزوج, لأنه بعدينك في النظام القانوني لما المرأة تتزوج وراجل يموت so بقوم بدول مثلا أخو راجل. So أنت لو ما عندك certificate married بيثبت إنك أنت متزوج من مرحوم مثلا, so بياخد إجراءات طويلة. واحد. نمبر 2 أنا بتكلم عن كمان المعاقين, الناس اللي ما عندهم استطاعات, ناس معاقين بطريقة مختلفة, so لازم يكون عندهم رأي كمان عشان هم يقدروا يتزوجوا ويعيشوا حياتهم الطبيعية. والحاجة الثانية أنا بتكلم عن في موضوع بتاعت الhuman right. الhuman right بتاعنا أنا قبل قلت إنه ذكرت إنه human right ضعيفة خالص, ما قوية, لأنه المشاكل اللي قاعد تواجه النسوان خاصة في برامج بتاع human right مثلا زي مثلا مرأة اتزوجت وعنده بيت, يعني هم شركاء مع زوجه في بيزنس, so الزوج بيجي بيشيل حاجات كله وبيخلي مرة, so مرة ما عندها حق إنه تكون عندها بيت, مرة ما عندها حق لأنه في النهاية المرة بيشيل ممتلكات ده يربي بو إيال. الحاجة الثانية كمان إحنا لازم نركز فيه كمان تماما موضوع بتاعت مثلا النسوان الموجودات في الفيلج, so they need إنه يكون في training وفي توعية, لأنه بجد نسوان ما كلهم متعلمات, so هم بيقدر يلقوا القوانين ده كيف إلا من ناحية بتاع training center. وعندنا مشاكل بواجه في مدارس إنه بنات من عمر 18 سنة هم لو بقى في ضعف في الفاميلي في حالة بتاعت احتياجات, شد احتياجات بتاع طفل مثلا لو عمره 17 سنة هي دايرة حاجات احتياجاتها, لو بقت ما موجودة الطفل بفكر إنه أحسن يتزوج. خلينا نحن نأثر في عيال بتاعنا, خليه يكون في طريقة بتاع تريننج إنه أنت كيف تأثر في جناك, كيف إنك تبني جناك بطريقة اللي أنت عايزه, عشان ياخد قرار بتاع الزواج ده حاجة تاني بعدين هو هيكون مسؤول منه. وشكرا شديد.
In the first place, I would like to thank you. Then I'm having only 2 questions. Then, my name is Alima Helen. I'm from Western Equatorial State, Yambio. So there are challenges that we are facing as women. So as I was coming with that question. Either I will go back with the answer, or because these questions has been there, we women has been raising concerning our health. There's a very great war. I don't know whether there are men who are planning because of the 35% that they have given us. I don't know that one. Because especially in Yambio, we are now, let me say, 2021, 2022, you found that Yambio Hospital is not working. It is only Linzara Hospital. You found women when they're in labor in Yambio. So when it is a referral, you found that they will refer them from Yambio to Nzara. Women pass the women to lose their life on the way. Sometimes lack of transport, hospital, this is PHCU. Let me say especially, it is only a PHCU and PHCC, which is functioning. There's only one ambulance. When there's no fuel, they will tell the co-patient, take the patient with the boda, either with the motorbike, which takes long from Yambio to Nzara. Others even, they don't afford to even provide the transport. You find children are even losing their lives because when they need oxygen, there's no proper management, no even instrument. You find even there are no donors because there are some else personnel who have skill, who can even care, but they are not paid. So they just work as volunteers. Sometimes they work, they are tired, they can even leave. And then this is a very great challenge that we are facing in Western Equatoria, especially women's. If you go to statistics, you found that these 2 years, most women has lost their lives. Because I was even a victim of that. I was about to lose my life because I have miscarriage. I spent 10 days in Yambio PHCC. It took them time to refer me to Nzara, and reaching there was no proper management. Then it was only God who helped me. I think this is a very great challenge because if we are not health, we cannot implement the 35% which we were given as women. So I don't know how are we going to go about that one. Because when you ask from there, they are saying, so this issue is supposed to be from Juba because drugs are coming from Juba, donors are from Juba. So this is what they are telling us. So the second is concerning early marriage. I'm also the victim of that. If you go to remote area, you found it is common, and the most people who are making decisions are men. Because for us women, we like peace. And this issue is still continuing there because as I was the victim, I migrated from that county where I was. Then I'm now staying in Yambio. Even my family are not there for almost even 15 years as I am growing. So this one, we need to take action as women. What is going to be the punishment? Because I have not seen any punishment which are given to make people so that they should fear. So thank you. I came late, so.
Thank you very much. How many more questions behind Hina Kanafia then? Jama, can it be short questions, direct questions? Yeah, we'll give her.
Thank you.
Are you the one who was there?
My name is Atieng. My name is Atieng. By the way, as a matter of fact, if we women think about ourselves, the word woman, whoa, means something like amazing. So you know, as you spoke about the Bill of Rights, that we have rights in our in law, that there are young females that became leaders. But where is the wow? We should be feeling like amazed what you've done, like the manifestation of your leadership. We should observe that. But if it comes out as emptiness, emptiness means evil. Why am I saying it's evil? Like for instance, it can create wickedness, it can create anger,
you know, stuff like that. So I'm trying to say that you leaders, you need to like preach, you need to teach, you need to advocate the young people that are coming up. You'll even realize that there's some you know, youth that are leaders like you when you come and teach and preach and, you know, advocate. So what are the difficulties? We want to know what are the difficulties that you people are really facing. Why are you not capable to do that?
My name is Elizabeth Achu. I am here as a lecturer at the University of Juba. So mine is just an addition. I want to build on so many other women, my aunties and other sisters spoke about the unity and harmony of women. For instance, my auntie there spoke about passing information. I live in Juba, I'm based in Juba, I work in Juba. I've never heard of the development of the Women Empowerment Act. So from here, I want us to carry on with us the idea of women's sorority. We don't need a legal body to pass information through each other. Why would a woman here in Juba, in the cabinet, in an official position, know of something that in the political arena, in that space, in the socialist space, in the political arena, in that space, in the socialist space, women who have experienced almost focus on bridging that gap between young girls. Thank you.
I don't know, Atem, how are we going to do? There are many more questions coming here. Look. Okay.
اوكي انا راح اسال مباشر والسؤال بيكون عن الزنا اذا في عنده سبيس هناك مكتوب في الدستور بتاعنا حاليا لانه انا بعرف في حاجه واحد بس اللي هو قانون بتاع واناليل عندنا وقانون بتاع للزانيه فليه بيحكموا المراه ليه بيحكموا الراجل انه الراجل يدفع 7 بقر. السؤال بيسأل عن موضوع بتاع الاجحاض ابوشن. هل في الدستور عندنا حاجه بيتكلم عن ابوشن؟ بيدي مثلا من حقها انها تنزل الجنين او من وده كان حاجه ما من رغبتها، والثانيه مجبوره انها هي بقت حامل من الولد، ففضلت انها هي تنتهر بدلا مما تفقد ابو جناها وشنو ما بعرف، المهم فكرت في كده وانتهرت. فالاثنين قضايا الاثنين كانوا قدامي وكان فيهم مواجهه صعب جدا جدا. لما انا حاولت عشان ادافع عن الحق بتاع الطفله اللي انتحرت، فانا واجهت كثير من المشاكل، حتى انه الناس من الخلفيه بتاع المجتمع بتاعي كانوا بيسموني كلام ما صح، وانا كنت قاعده القى ساعه انه المره دي مره ساقطه، مره ما كويسه كده، في حين انه انا مره متزوجه وقاعده اكون ارمله، وبعد ذاك بيكون في ضغوط اذا هي مره متزوجه وارمله وما عندها راجل، فهي بتفكر انها تدافع عن حقوق الناس ديل عشان ما عنده راجل قاعد اخو راجله في بيت، فهي لازم تكون عندها لود، يكون عنده اخو راجله يكون قاعد معه في بيت غصبا عنه، هي قاعد في مقعد ونحن مدينه مقعد، ولو بقى ما زي ده فمن المفترض انه المقعد ده يشيلوا منه، كم ما شالوا منه. وكمان انا قاعده اكون معلم بتاع الكتاب المقدس بتاع كلمه ربنا، برضه هناك بيقوموا بيوصلوا للكنيسه وبيقولوا شنو هي ما من حقها انها تقف قدام الناس او تعلم كلام ربنا، لانها هي اذا هي ارمله ليه ما عمل لود، مع انه في الكتاب المقدس هنا مكتوب في سفر بتاع كرونسوس الاولى الاصحاح 7 الآية 2 بيقول لكن لسبب الزنا ليكون لكل واحد امرأته وليكون لكل واحد زوجه أو رجله ليتنظم الحياة بالطريقة الطبيعية. نعم ده حاجة طبيعي مخلوق من عين ربنا، لكن احنا بنرفض السلوك بتاع الضغوط، انه الزول ما يضغط، هو برغبته بيعمل. فانا قاعد اسال من الاثنين حاجه، هل في الدستور عندنا لهم سبيس هناك نزلوهم، او اذا ما في فمن حقنا انه احنا ننزل الكلام ده في الدستور؟ شكرا.
جماعة الأسئلة دي كتير، ممكن أجاوب على الثمانية ولا خلاص؟ The last one here. The last one there. Yeah.
مساء الخير. شكرا لك مدام مايغريت. أنا عندي 2 سؤال. بسأل في حتة بتاع مرة المطلقة لما يقوم يرجع بيتهم في الناحية بتاع هنا بالنسبة للسياسة. أنا عايزة أقبل زول تاني في السياسة. لما تجي عند إن أهلك ما عندك طريقة تحكم، ما عندك طريقة تلقى فرصة بتاع تنافس، مرة ده بيمشي وين؟ لا تجاه أهلك ولا تجاه بيتك، قالوا أنت خلاص مطلقة ما عندك طريقة تانية. نمرة 2 بنات اللي بيحملوهم مساكين، مرة المسكينة اللي بيحملوه بيقوم بيمسك جناو سنين، ده كله تلقى راجل خلاص كبر ولا بنت كبرت خلاص يعني يجي يتزوجوا، راجل يقوم قال هو دار شنو؟ دار جناو. زي ديلك حقوقهم وين؟ اللي بيحكم شنو هنا؟ في الدستور بيساعدهم كيف؟ ده ياخذ سؤال
اوكي شكرا لكم يا جماعه. خلي let me try to respond to this one. وزي ما قلنا قبل عندنا مولانا توم، عندنا مولانا جاكلين، وفي تاني مولانا قدامي هنا قبل اتكلمت. So they will help me in responding to some of them. So أنا بمشي طوال
last question and
okay,
then
the
you
last question. Okay. آخر سؤال.
شكرا للفرصة.
الاسم طوال.
أنا اسمي رجينا أليكس من ولاية بتاع توريت شرق الاستوائية. أنا داير أتكلم عن قانون بتاعت نسوان. عندنا هناك في ولاية خاصة في الشهر ده، أنا داير نتكلم في النقطة بتاعت إيال بتاعنا بتاع حسة، أولاد بنات. في طبعا في إيال المتشردين، ده الإيال اللي بقعدوا في السوق. يلا في إيال تلقاهم قاعدين في بيت لكن بالليل تلقاهم حايمين لافين. أنا داير نمسك نقطة بتاع إيال اللي بقعدوا في بيت من الصباح للمساء، تلقاهم ماشيين مدارس يجوا راجعين، تلقاه قاعد في بيت محترم زي زول ما بيعمل إجرام لكن بالليل بيعمل إجرام. ويوم كان قبضوه ببوليس أمه ما بيصدق، بقول ولدي ده ما قد يعمل حاجات زي ده. فأنا داير نقول أن إحنا كنسوان، أن إحنا نسوان تعبانين، إحنا تعبانين شديد. ما قال في ولاية توريد براو 10 ولايات ده أنا متأكد كله تعبانين بسبب بتاع إيال بتاعنا النقص، سبب بتاع إيال النقص. فأنا داير نقول كده أن إحنا كنسوان، طبعا إحنا جينا من 10 ولايات هنا، أن إحنا دايرين إحنا كنسوان لازم ندي نخوض قانون بتاع شوفا ديل اللي بيسموهم نقص ديل، لأن إحنا بنولدوا إيال ما قاعد نستفيدوا من إيالنا. إيال كله شنو؟ خربانين. إيال كله خربانين. سبب الإيال قام بخربوا شنو؟ أن إحنا ما عارفين. أن إحنا لازم ناخد بالنا ورا إيال ديل. ما في ما ممكن في ولاية بتلقى إيال أكتر من 400 نفر 500 نفر إيال كله نقص. حال إيال ديل شنو اللي خلاهم يطلعوا زرا في ولاية؟ حال شوفوا ديل في زول ورام في سبب حاجات زي ده ولا في شنو؟ لأنه نحن حسب نسوان تعبانين بسبب بتاع إيال. قبل أسبوع الفات ده، قبل 2 أسبوع حصل لنا مشكلة في ولاية هناك. شوفوا بتاع نيجا زال عملوا حفلة بتعمل بيقولوا له دي جي. لما عملوا حفلة في ولد جاء من بيتهم بالليل جاء حضر مناسبة بتعمل. عايزينه طبعا كلام جروبات، جروب ما جروب عنده مشكلة. المهم ودنا من طالع من الحفلة بتاعهم ماشي للبيت، طوالي في شلة قام حجمهم، حجموا الولد. لما حجموا دقوا ولد وقتلوا. لما قتل الولد قطعوا ونمن مات. المهم لما جابوه مستشفى قرب الصباح قام مات. شوف الغريب هنا في موضوع بتاع ولد ده، طلع فوقه أساكر في موضوع بتاع ولد القتولة ده. حاسة زي ده انت بتلقى ده عسكري هو بتاع قانون وبيشارك في حاجات زي ده. انتوا كحكومة ولا نحن كلنا كحكومة نحن دورنا شنو في حاجة اللي بيحصل زي ده؟ ده نمرة واحد. نمرة اتنين، أنا دار نتكلم عن موضوع بتاع مرة أرملة.
نسبة للزمن حنشيل منك سؤال واحد بس. شكرا كثير.
شكرا.
أسياد الشغل قالوا كلامهم خلاص. So I will try to respond. لكن طلع في بالي إنه most of these questions can be answered if we have family law. ما عندنا family law في جنوب السودان, but so many of these issues could relate to it. The first question was from Dr. Elizabeth from WOW. She was talking about dissemination of information. يعني ما سمعت كله عن the women empowerment bill. لكن الوزارة at the state level أنا بشهد بإنه there is communication with the state ministries of gender. Recently I returned back I visited 3 states together with a consultant. I went to Malakal, I went to Rumbek, and I also went to Bor. في ناس مشوا واو. أنا ما أعرف لما الدكتورة رباب كانت مشت هناك, رباب بلدو, أنتوا كنتوا هناك؟ Yeah.
في وزارة الجندر وما وصل لباقي الناس لأنه الرسالة ما وصل للنسوان على جراس روت. أستاذة في الجامعة أنا أكتب في واو في معلومات بتجيني في محلي شفتها. يعني ممكن الأستاذة رباب أنا بعرفها, ممكن هي تكون مشهد واو والكلام ده ينحصر في وزارة الجندر بس. طبعا في مشكلة في وزارة.
لكن أنا بقول شنو؟
عشان ما يديسيمينيت انفورميشن.
الوركشوب ده لو سألتوا الناس سوين كلفكم كم؟ It's a lot of money. Any workshop nowadays بيعملوا في هوتيلات ده قروش كتير. Yeah, so sometimes the people who are invited for workshop ما بيكونوا like the whole. That's why بيكون دايما categories of representation. يشيلوا ناس من academia, يشيلوا ناس من civil society, يشيلوا ناس من women in uniform. الغرض شنو في حاجة ده؟ إنه there will be ambassadors. أنا هنا عسكري الليلة حضرت workshop زي ده. I should not keep it to myself. I go and talk to the women. اختاروني عشان أنا ممثلة بتاع الجروب ده. We cannot do it all مع بعض. So lack of information ده we are still going to work over it. لكن ده مسؤولية خاصة. واو بالذات. So many workshops were taken to wow. I came several times. وفي منظمات كثيرة ماشي several times. لكن budget بتاع الوزارات دايما صغير. So maybe they don't have the capacity to call many people and do that. Yeah.
كان هنا عملنا التريننج هسه عن هنا جندر من ستريمينج الجندر جاب. انا ده هسه ما بقدر انادي نسوان وادي من المعلومات دي لانه في حاجه منظمات علموا الناس بيه انه لازم ساعات ناس يجيبوا بدهم سيتنج على ده it is introduced وده كان wrong decision by then. هسه الناس بقى عندهم انه كان في حاجه يتناديت ولازم يديوا حاجه.
These are the challenges that we will be yes ممكن.
انا كنت دايره انه نفس التريننج ده يتعامل هناك.
وصلنا في محلات كثيره ممكن نوصل لوراب بموضوع بتاع women empowerment bill, ممكن نوصل كواجوك ولا في وراب نفس المحل, ممكن نوصل رومبيك باكتيفيتي تاني. Because sometimes we cannot cover all the 10 states unless the حاجة اسمه national consultation. National consultation بنمشي حتى الولايات. I'm sure ناس روبان ده will attest إنه في ناس وصلوا لهم بحاجات بتاع agenda. So this is information gap which that is something that we all have a role to play and to improve, especially to ناس في academia. Asunta from Warab State, you also talk again about women union issue. Very important. Yamda kan lagina jawab min niswan fi kwajok gale saidum fi nada to put the women together. Women union was strong before, they want to revitalize it, let me say, to make it strong again. And I'm a consultation hina. Lagidinu, there is a plan to make a national women union. Ulu amalna support the women union fi grassroots fi mahal wahid. What about the national union yamalu yakhtaru nasum baram? It will bring conflict to hayat zeda. So we say let's wait for the main union. Taban tawali munazamar tanini hakutu budget bita how to strengthen the union at the state level, at the subnational level. So another question from Honorable Minister of Peace, Minawin. You talked about the issue of when are we going to have the capacity to manage our own Zail Hukuma. Yeah, for many years, since I started working Mamuna Zaman until now, issue with Agal ministry there or kida mind the capacity. Hukuma mind the capacity le because people see they see there's a lot of corruption. Even al Hukuma Barao, sometimes they don't know how to manage their money well because of the corruption issue that we all know about. So now, for example, Lofi Grush let's say the World Bank, they want to help South Sudan. Sometimes bimshi amul hajis capacity assessment for institutions. Biamulu zere ushufula mafi mechanisms for securing in Grush will be managed well. Taban don't money there, the law a lot of accountability. لازم يكون عندك financial system بيسجل الحاجات ده right way. لازم يكون في report with the auditors for the last 2 years, how you manage the finances. So for many things. Even for CSOs, if you see the support given to CSOs, ما بيكون أكتر من $100,000. Make it sometimes $200 if it's an organization اللي عنده كمان record كويس. Because donor money the money contributed by the taxpayers, the taxpayers from their own countries. Nas bid for the right. Then hukuma big the side be nas hukumat Tanya. So ana bashub inu kalam bita capacity that we the South Sudanese we need to work hard on it. Itabtamshi was ana shed for Wazara for one of the wilayat. Wazara Fadi. Naman saaltum indukum kam staff galna 109. I went to that Wazara, there is no staff that I'm seeing 100 and well even Shirin Zato. And where are they? We go to mind and enough building, you got to win can johina. We got to take shajara, capacity issues. For many years, how many years to our independence? Mean to 2011. People at this Marco attempt since 2011, La Hadi Hasa. Same level. So this is a frustration that we have as people. Same level means Zaman La Hadi Hasa. So the same thing. If for example, you and women want to give money to Ministry of Gender let's say Ihdal Wilayat. Financial system, munu yazol takum ta finance. Do you have a cashier? Are you part of system kida? So anabaguli we really need to work a lot on the area of Nai. That's why Nas World Bank will not accept to give money directly to any wazara illa through Munazam Al-Fogo financial system established. It can even be an NGO. But at least with established financial system. This is on that. I like this thing with a marriage certificate because this is where people are really, they go through a lot. You are married, you have children, but you don't have a marriage certificate. You are lawyers. These things need to enter into the family law. Because under customary law, I isolar of Gala Rasok, Al witness. But here in Medina, lazima kundak marriage certificate. I lived for many years in Kenya. Lomindak marriage certificate, hatta yal zato. Sometimes, not yal, let's say even you when you want to get a job. You got a job, mush. You want to ensure your husband and your children, the Gulu marriage certificate is one of the documents to prove Galde Rajil Vitak. So that they can be covered for insurance. So marriage certificate issue is very important. Thank you for bringing it up. I'm sure our lawyers will add some more into it. They use a birth certificate. There are so many people who have no birth certificate. There are so many people who are born literally on Wahid, 1st January, many of them. But at least that is taqim al-umr. But marriage certificate, mafi taqim al-marriage. I never heard of that. Or acknowledgement. It also happened when you want to divorce. What is the evidence, girl? Yeah? So there should be like a marriage certificate and divorce certificate so that people know, for example, you are no longer part of this marriage. So these are some of the things that could be picked up if family law and good to like give a Aye. And this one also affect right to property because what proof galita Umar al marhum? Mafi proof. Maybe Jana from the name. Daba kifaya. Milkid ganta maslu. Fitam siliara amada telvas gumasha liris. Yeah. So sometimes it's not enough evidence. It can be presented in court, but it's not enough evidence. Then fi ukhudna from Western Equatoria talking about health issue. I will not be able to respond to this, but let me just give you an example. I traveled to Bor 2 weeks ago. Yanas Bor, Mabruk alaikum. I see a lot of your youth and people who have little, they invest in your state. لما تنزل طوالي في مطار بور تلقى بيوت كتير كده قالوا منو صلحوا ده أولاد بتاعنا the lost boys in America what they put their hands together to develop their state. نفس الشيء أنا Western Equatoria, you have many people who are in high level in this country. I don't know their contribution, even if it is a private hospital في area. That مشكلة security, diamond peace and development come together. So لو ما في stability ناس بخافوا يعملوا investment في المحلة. Sometimes أي محل أنا مشيت فوقه مستشفى حكومة is always low. I'm really sorry that you are also a victim of forced marriage, but issues with our health there. I am sorry I will not be able to respond. لكن من ناحية with our rights, I am sure there must be one of the provision on health. You have the right to receive treatment. These are part of the rights. Yala, at young, you talked about the issue of the young women. Thank you so much. I was saying in my heart, I discovered a philosopher. I like the way you were asking that question. From different organizations now, they focus a lot on intergenerational dialogue. يعني يكون في محاورة بين ناس ماما بتاعنا and people who are in middle age like us and people who are young like you. Intergenerational dialogue. You talk about experiences. I attended one intergenerational dialogue around here. في مرة كده أستاذة, she was a teacher with us منو, teacher with us Angelina Teng, teacher with us I don't know Minister Munu. Then she was saying, I taught these girls, you know, and then you talk about the old system and the current system. This is what we need because we are still in this world to help each other. But sometimes, I'm sorry to say, but young people, some of them, when they are in those positions, because they know how to use computers, whatever, they think the old generation are not modern. Huh? Kevin, young girls, you look down upon them because you are the one who will communicate with the donor, Shantabta Rectable proposal, but you'll ignore the ideas with Mamal Kabir al-Khan Mark fil Munazama or Mark fil Mujtama. So I just want to say, when we talk about intergenerational dialogue, let it be real from our hearts. Let us know that there's a value to what Mama said, there's a value to what my sister said, there's a value to what you say also. Because through this idea, ana bit haboba, behibas ma gisas bit zaman. And I also like hearing from my mother, from my grandmom, from my mom, and then also current generation, also my age mate. We share ideas a lot. So this is on the intergenerational dialogue. There are so many programs ongoing, but not Namul al-Mazid. Elizabeth Achu, information sharing is very, very important. Being at the University of Juba, there is a center called NTLI there. And Maulana sitting next to you was part of NTLI sometimes. Right? So there's a lot of information on the current gender processes that NTLI is aware of. But dissemination of information is really key. How do we disseminate information? I'm happy among us also we have journalists. And I should Vicky, Victoria, well, yeah? Sahafin, Mushfina, Sahafiyat. We have here. Then what door bitakum shura jama? I went to iRadio, there's another mama there, she's doing very wonderful job. Yeah, so amalna fi UNDP also amalna haja ismo training of journalists on how to report on gender issues. Then muhim because sometimes journalists will come, I know, like 3 or 4 of you, Lomashena, with, let's say you went with your governor to see the president. You are the minister of something and she's the minister of Haja. They will only report, girl, the governor met the president. Yeah? But they will not add this one, and he was accompanied by the minister of gender, the minister of information. They will only concentrate on that big headline. أنا مداك أنا was analyzing في واحدة كده first commissioner, one of the female commissioners went with a governor to see the president. They only mentioned that man, but they never mentioned girl accompanied by one of the commissioners so and so who was, you know, there are only 2 in this country, but there was no mentioning of that. That is significant to me. If I'm a journalist trained on gender reporting, it has to be clear. So we all have the role in information sharing, and I'm glad to meet you. I talked to somebody, yeah, I met you indirectly through some, yeah. Again, issue of rape and child marriage and abortion law, I will leave it to the lawyers. And sorry, you are the one who asked the question. I will leave it to our lawyers, they will ask that. Issue of divorce, okay. Zaman intaha, but I have to give a tongue or one of the lawyers a chance to respond to this one. Regina from Toledo, you also talk about the street children and issues of juvenile. In the GBV code, it's called juvenile, GBV and juvenile code. So gadaya vitaliyal, the niggas, kullu bitamal hina. Sometimes it's the society that makes the children. Tabayr jana tamam. Ita bayna kaman jana abuna. Murabbi fi bayt bitagusus. Lakin umshi shra marisa bara hinak. That means there is something wrong in the environment there. It's not from the parents. Lakin as they are teenagers, juvenile, there is hajismu, peer pressure. So peer pressure is the one, then it's a lot here in this country, but because there are no other engagements. Zaman natrabba fil Khartoum. In the evenings, we go for volleyball. But in the evening, where do the children go? To their telephones or to their friends? Or you go to Bible study. Where do your child go after work? All these questions you have to answer. What does your child even check on the phone? Social media into a lot of influence nowadays. So on the rest of the questions on rape, on divorce, and kira ana badila one of the Maulana ready. Atong or Jacqueline, one of you. There Maulana Jacqueline. Maybe introduce yourself more. Jacqueline Nasiwa lo sameta anna ya hadi.
Hello. Hi. Sorry I missed to be here in the morning because I was just hustling somewhere. But I'm so happy to be here, and thank you to my sister Margaret and the rest who are able to cover. I'm just going to be adding on some of the issues that came up in this afternoon presentation, and also on what we are supposed to cover. And then I think Maulana Atong will cover some bit of the family law related issues and GBV issues. So I'm Jacqueline Nasiwa from the Center for Inclusive Governance, Peace and Justice. And constitution making is one of my key areas that really I feel when women's rights are safeguarded, and then we can be moving towards empowering ourselves. One important thing when we are looking at the constitution is mainstreaming gender in this process. And I always talk about mainstreaming gender in the constitution making process, which means that the issues that Margaret raised in regards to affirmative action, women's inclusion, women's representation, and protection issues should be core to the constitution making. And mainstreaming gender here, you need to look at both the process and the content. Are women involved in the process of making the constitution? Are women's issues included in the draft text of the constitution? I think these are critical things that we need to be looking into. And when you look at our constitution, which is the 2011 amendment, it talks about, but it's also very important that when you are looking at constitution, there is the burden of a woman giving birth and caring for a child is different from the one who make the woman pregnant. I had an issue with one official. He said, but the woman cannot own the child without the father. I said, yes, but the burden is on the woman. So that means that there are exclusive rights that are for women, which include maternity leave, to include child care, and all this. And that means that we need to look at the constitution from the angle of both genders, but also what are specific rights that women have. And some of these issues that we require a gender lens and a women's lens included the GBV issues, which include early marriage, forced prostitution, and the rest. We also need to look at the issues of pay. How are women paid? Are they paid equally or not? In most cases, they will tell the woman, you don't have a big family, you cannot be paid more. But the man who has 2, 3 wives should be paid more than the woman. So these are structural barriers that hinder women from being paid better or equal. We also need to look at what is empowerment for women. And I think in the morning you talk about social and economic rights of women. Where do women fall in terms of our constitution-making process? What are the safeguards that economically empower women? And this comes in light of the rights that women have to be able to independently support themselves and also support their families. Margaret talked about the Women's Charter. The Women's Charter is very important. And I also urge that we need to also dissect the Women's Charter and come with the specific recommendations on what we want to expand from that Women's Charter. So say, for example, we want to talk about the issue of widow or wife inheritance. From the charter, we need to expand it. How should the process be like? And how should women be protected? And then come out with a submission that we can put specifically on that specific issue. If it is land, we need to look at how is the land affecting women. And then we also come with specific submission to that regard. Our participation, protection, and inclusion or representation is guarded by South Sudan's obligation to international laws and legal frameworks. And I think recently we ratified the Maputo Protocol. And that becomes also our other Bible as women. Because in the absence of the family law, we have the Maputo Protocol. But there are certain provisions in the Constitution that contradict the provisions of the Maputo Protocol, and in that regard violates fundamental laws regarding women's rights. And we say if some of the provisions violates human rights, and then they need to be repealed. And I think one of it is the marriageable age, which is unclearly defined, and this has allowed for forced and early marriages. We also have CEDAW, and I think all of us, we are aware of CEDAW being ratified in 2015. And that means that we have CEDAW protecting women. And then we have the International Convention on Civil and Political Rights. And this is where women's political participation becomes very important. And currently, we have the Elections Act and we have the Political Party Act that talks about women's participation by 35% in both the elections processes and political party processes, but also in the management of these bodies. However, these bodies have also fallen short of the 35%, except for the Political Party Council, which has 40%. But the Elections Commission has only 2, which is 22%. And the National Constitutional Review Commission has 18, which is around 29 or 30%. That means women are still not effectively represented. Some countries, they have enforcement mechanisms for the gender quota and for women's inclusion. And these include both in political processes and also in institutions that are created. For example, if you look at Rwanda, our neighbor, I think it could have been mentioned in the morning, they have the Women's Commission. And then when you look at other countries like maybe India, they have the National Commission of Women. And then you look at Cambodia, they have the National Council of Women, and so forth and so forth. And I think last year or the other, we'd been discussing with the Minister of Gender that we need to have at least a commission for women, so that this commission could be able to pursue issues of gender and empowerment and training of women. Some states, they are, some countries, they are maybe local level, they adopt different mechanisms for enforcement and monitoring of the gender quota. Maybe they form committees. So this does not stop also the states from creating their own gender committees to be able to look at gender aspects within the states. The others, they have maybe institutions that are designated, and this include maybe the Human Rights Commission or Council. Recently, we have the South Sudan Human Rights Council. And I was like, probably they should have even created the Women's Council than the Human Rights Council, because we have the Human Rights Commission, which is not even effectively supported and not doing their work. In other contexts also, the Constitutional Court becomes an enforcement mechanism. So for example, if the affirmative action is not respected, where do people go? And I think we had some parties and civil society who petitioned the Supreme Court for lack of enforcement of the 35% under the R access. And at CIGPJ, we did the gender analysis of women's representation. And I was like, probably they should have sued parties for violating that, because almost all the parties, or majority of them, have not respected their obligation to R access for bringing more women. In some contexts, what they do is that if the 35% is not respected, maybe there should be some administrative measures. The institutions that have not respected the quota, they can be penalized. Say maybe if it is a political party, they will not contest, or they will not get funding. If it is a government institution, they will be asked to review their list, and maybe in some instances, and then they are suspended. So this could be some enforcement mechanisms that we need to be looking at when we are looking at women's participation and empowerment. And then the question comes in terms of economic empowerment. You know, the economic rights that we have, including in our constitution, depends on what we have. And some countries, not necessarily South Sudan, they have said, but we don't have funding. Even if this right is there, if there's no money, what do we do? But there should be some deliberate action to create funding for women. Some countries, they have maybe specific banks that are created to be giving loans or to be supporting women's economic empowerment. And in our context, our peace agreement is also clear. They have created the Women's Enterprise Fund, and this fund has not been even established yet. The law is still a draft, and maybe this is high time that we push for this Women's Enterprise Fund to be expedited. But also in the Constitution, we need to have a provision for women's economic empowerment, such that maybe we demand for a bank for women, or we demand for an institution that empowers women. In Uganda, they have the Department for Gender, you know, and that department empowered a lot of women in their countries. Maybe we need to push for a women's institution. In Khartoum, those who are in Khartoum, you have AFAT, yeah, Jama AFAT. Yeah, it's meant to empower more women to be able to come up. So these are key, I think, issues that women need to be looking into when we are talking about the Constitution. And I think in terms of the health, I think one of our sisters there raised critical issues regarding women's health. And I think in the whole of South Sudan, probably we only have one women's hospital, right? Kir Mayardit in Rumbek. Yeah? And even it may not be well stocked. It's poorly stocked. If you come also to Juba Teaching Hospital, we have the maternity ward, but it's also not properly stocked. So what do we do as women? We need to maybe advocate for special budget that caters for women's health needs. And this cannot come in the constitution, but we also need to look at the budgeting process. Our national budget, is it engendered? And maybe we need to have a provision that talks about gender budgeting. Like the national budget should consider gender and the issues of women when they are drafting their budget. So I think these are a few things that I would like to add, and I'll leave my sister Tong to come and add things in regards to the GBV and also marriage. And thank you very much. I'll not be here now because I'm rushing for another meeting, but tomorrow I'll be here for the closing.
Okay, thank you so much, Jacqueline Nasiwa, for covering almost everything. Okay, I just wanted to respond to questions that were strictly on laws and provisions أو هحاول إنه أجاوب على الأسئلة اللي كانت عندها علاقة مع القانون أو المواد القانونية الموجودة. For example, my sister here from a will, she talked about adultery, الزنا, وإنه الراجل بس يهول بيتعاقب والمرأة ما بتتعاقب. I want to read out section 266 of the Penal Code of South Sudan Penal Code 2008 that says whoever أي من, whoever means أي زول أي من, okay, whoever has consensual sexual intercourse with a man or a woman, المرأة أو الراجل, who is and whom he or she has reason to believe to be the spouse of another person, ما قال spouse of another man, a spouse of another person, commits the offense of adultery and shall be addressed in accordance with the customs and traditions, and the aggrieved party in lieu of that, and upon conviction shall be sentenced to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 2 years or with fine or both. Now, مربط الفرس وين زي ما بقولوا في حتة إنه the aggrieved, okay, in accordance with the customs and traditions. هل ال customs and traditions بتاعنا بتاع ال communities الجنوبية allow a woman to go and say the other woman have committed adultery with my husband? Okay, ده المشكلة هنا. So it says whoever, but at the same time they go back and tie it down with our customs and traditions. عشان كده ما بتلقى انه في مرة مشت شنو فتحت بلاغ انه راجلي زنا مع مرة تانية. Therefore أنا داير المرة دي كي تدفع لي أنا مثلا 7 بقر. لما نقول لك customs and traditions معناته أنتي ما دافعة في الراجل ده. Isn't it? You have not paid anything for you to own this husband. But he has the right because he paid the dowry to be paid, how do you call it? That fine بيجي بيكون ما اوكي لانه هو دفع مهر بيقوم بيدفعوا له الحاجه دي لانه الزول اللي هو دفع فيه was taken out by somebody else. بالضبط كده. خسائر مش؟ هما خسائر as such. There is a word that I'm looking for in my mind. فعشان كده المرأة ما بتقدر تمشي تفتح بلاغ. Another fear of a woman is لو أنا مشيت, if I open a case against this man, if it happened that the person whom the husband commit adultery with was a girl who is not married, she's coming to your house as a wife. ده ما في 2 3 مرات بيهددوك ذاته لو فتحت خشمك بتجي هنا بيجيبوا مرة في بيت ولو هي متزوجة كان متزوجة راجل تاني for example then الراجل داك هيجي يشيل من راجلك 7 بقر والكوميونتي كله بقعد في راسك ده حسادة وده حقارة منك وليه وتمشي تشتكي الراجل و complications حاجاتكم very complicated. I think the only way out of this is the family law. Somebody talked about الطلاق والحقوق المرأة بتكون عندها حقوق في حالة إنه اتطلقت. Yes. I will come for it. The abortion I will come for it. أنا جاي بتسلسل. طيب the divorce أو الطلاق يعني المرأة دي اتطلقت therefore الفاميلي اللي هي اتطلقت منه بيقولوا ما عندها حق إنه شنو to rule in that area anymore. ليه؟ لأنه أنت قلعت الثوب أو you are no longer a member of this community by divorce. حتى ولو بقى عندك 10 رجال في المحل ده although لما ترجعي ورا للكاستمز والتراديشنز حقنا بيقول لك انه يعني في يا تمر ممكن ما تتطلق حتى ولو طلقت هيقول لها هتمشي وين في النهايه العيال ديل هيرجعوك البيت هنا. That's how some of our communities believe. So الطلاق بعد ده انت you come back to your community. لو حصل you come back to your community. الحاجة اللي بيخلي الكوميونتي بتاعك بعد ذاك يحس انه نشيل فلانة العلانية وما فلانة العلانية is how you are giving in to that community. الكوميونتي بيستفيدوا منك في شنو؟ يعني الليلة انت لو رجعتي من الفاميلي اللي انت كنت متزوجة لهم ورجعتي للفاميلي حقتك بيجيتي بيت هناك وفي there are families that have you know that have grown باسم بتاع مرة. I don't know about other communities but in the community where I come from في ناس عديل بنادوم باسم مرة يقول لك ديل أسرة بتاع فلانة العلانية وهو بتكون مرة. الكوميونتي ده المرة دي جات راجعة وأثبتت إنها she's more than a man in that community. So she will be put there حتى بيسموا ورانا عيال بعدين بيكون عندها فاميلي حقها بيسموا وراه عيال حتى بيعرسوا له مرة according to the custom and traditions بتاعنا بتاعت الكوميونيتيز بتاع الجنوبين generally. So الطلاق لو أنت قاعد تعملي more than expected you will definitely get a position there. لأنه هم هنا they will not be looking at the representation only. They are looking at what comes after you go and represent them في المحل اللي أنت مشيت له. So الحقوق اللي بتجي مع الطلاق القانون ما قاعد يتكلم عنهم بالواضح. That was on basis of leadership but on terms of in terms of الحقوق اللي بتجي مع الطلاق القانون ما قاعد يتكلم عنه بطريقة أفضل وعشان كده إحنا قاعدين نرجع نقول إنه it's very important for us to have the family law that covers the rest of the areas that were not covered by the penal code by the Civil Procedure Act. Wife inheritance. The wife inheritance is again according to the customs and traditions. And when I say it is according to the customs and traditions, I'll take you back to the preliminary provisions of the Civil Procedure Act of 2008. Allow me to respond as a lawyer. That section 6 is in the preliminary section. And when you say preliminary section, you mean things that you have to explain before you go deep into the real law or the real issue. For those of us who were once members of, revising any of the laws, you see there is always that preliminary session where provisions where they talk about something, then they come to the real issue by then. What did the preliminary session say about the things I'm coming to talk about? They said في section 7, 1 and 2, it says, law to be applied in absence of the express provision in matters of procedure. No, sorry, it is section 6, sorry. Rule applicable to suits based on personal laws. They mean by personal laws هنا customs and traditions. So قبل ما يجي يخش في provisions, they say where a suit or other proceeding in a civil court raise a question regarding Successions, inheritance. Successions means issues of separation, yeah? Al-infisal. Inheritance, legacies, gift, marriage, divorce, or family relations. The rule for decision of such matter shall be in any custom applicable. Now, when they say customs applicable, يعني أي issues بتاعت separation, انفصال, طلاق, inheritance, and here they mean wife inheritance as well as inheritance بتاعت inheritance of customs and traditions. So if you are a shuluk, what do customs of shuluk say? They say 1, 2, 3, and you are supposed to follow that. لحد ما تمشي لو انت كمان مشيت للمحكمة بتاعت الكاستمز حقك, whether you are a Nilotic tribe from Shuluk, Nuer or Dinka, or Equatorians, tribes, different tribes of Equatoria, there's always a custom on how these issues were being handled. لو وقفت هناك, that's it. If you continue to the court, you might get, you might appeal your case and you get a different judgment for it. But نحن مرات اللي بنفتر. So this is the only provision taking us back. So if we are thinking about constitutional amendment, we are thinking about the constitutional process making and everything, we should also think about amendments of these laws that are under the constitution, in which penal code is one, civil procedure act is one, as well as the criminal procedure. We will also have to look at amending these laws. About the abortion and sexual reproductive health right, according to the Maputo protocols, these are supposed to be a woman deciding for herself what to do. Our laws do not accept that. Even the neighboring laws of Kenya, Uganda, abortion is illegal. If you are caught doing it, you will enter into questions. But then بيخلوا للدكتور فرصة to look at the case. If it is critical that this woman will lose her life, or that child is out of a rape, or let's put different issues, then a doctor will decide. And if if the doctor is taken to the court, he will be able to defend him or herself. Although we have, we have come up with we have ratified the Maputo Protocol with reservations, because if you have gone into that law and read it, all of it, article by article, by yourself, من غير ما يكون في زول lawyer جنبك, you will say this will not match with our customs and traditions. So you pass it with reservations. The issues of abortion were reserved. We also have our customs and traditions. So it might depend here, it might depend on you and your partner, you deciding what to do, although I know بيدخلنا في مشاكل مع partners. Because if a partner knows that the partner is taking exactly, that one is already a problem, because you have not told them that you are taking them. So why are you deciding for yourself? In our communities, it is very, very difficult. Even us as lawyers, we can put laws, but still they are not being implemented. And if these provisions still continue to be there, that you go back to the customs, it becomes very, very difficult. The last thing I wanted to say was that there were some questions من قبل في الأول داك, there were some questions about children والعيال اللي بتاع الشوارع I will take that back to Dr. Elizabeth Shadar. She's there. From the Office of the Vice President on Gender and Youth Cluster. I would like to say that, as you know, as the Ministry of Gender, Youth, and the Ministry of Gender, Child and Social Welfare, I wish they were here. They have taken the issues of women seriously, but not the issues of children. And it's your role to remind them that, you know, we also have part of the ministry that is supposed to be working with the children that are in the street. يعني issues بتاع women now, laws are being put in place. عيال ما حيمشوا يطالبوا بحقوقهم. It is still us women that will ask for those rights. So as we ask for rights of women and representation and everything, we also write for this, we also ask for protection of the children. عشان الشوارع دي بقت مليانة عيال الصراحة. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Child Act need to be reviewed. I think the ministry has been talking a lot about that. I was in the ministry, Honorable Esther, as under secretary. Yeah, and it's I'm going back to the. So, Jama, I just want to say thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you for the Maulanas for the support, and thank you to all of you. A little discussion. Let's continue. Thank you.
We have had a very fruitful, engaging conversation with different inputs, questions, answers, and I think we can give the whole session and all those that have participated a big round of applause. Let's give each other a big round of applause for all of those that have participated. With this, I can say we have come to the climax of day one's interactions, and we'll be closing it with a remark from the Executive Director for the South Sudan Women Empowerment Network, Ms. Adut Christina. Let's welcome her to give us her closing remarks for day one.
Good evening, everyone. It has really been a great day. I really appreciate your presence and all of you who have come today. For those who are planning to go, please first wait to visit our logistic department. And I hope the t-shirts are fitting. Eh? Those who haven't got the t-shirts, we are really sorry. We only printed 50 t-shirts. And I believe me and my staff also didn't get as well. So it has been really tough. However, women issues can be solved by women. We just need to unite ourselves. Let's agree on that. The second thing also, I really like to apologize for those who have maybe had a bad day on one way or the other, especially with the AC. Tomorrow we shall work on it and we see how we can overcome. I would really want to appreciate SWEN staff. Please stand up for recognition and volunteers. We have our MC who has done so well, Ms. Sarah Atoch. Please stand up. Really thank you for your full participation. We have Mr. Tim Daniel, our program officer for SWEN. Thank you so much. We have Ms. Dominica Met. Thank you so much for your cooperation and work well done. We have others outside. We have our finance department. I think they're fully outside. Mr. Joseph and then Ms. Catherine James. So we have our volunteer as well, Susan Nyariak. She's also there. And then we have others that have traveled out of Juba, but they will be back. Fortunately, we want to thank God for this great day. It has ended well. And I also want to appreciate women from the states. I cannot end the day without appreciating you all. Please stand up for recognition. Women that came from the states, from Torit, from Yambio, from Northern Barakazal, from Warrap, from Abiay, from Rang. Please stand up for recognition. It's good that you have to network. You have to use this time to network with your fellow women in Juba. And hopefully next time, as SWEN, we shall be able to invite you for the same event. And by that time, you would have got to know people within. I also want to appreciate my fellow women from the NGO fraternity. I'm sorry, men, you're not left out. But I would also like to appreciate my NGO fraternity members who are here present today. I've seen CIPJ was here, Jacqueline Asiwa, she has just left. Women Bloc, I'm seeing Chagai Foundation. SCDF South Sudan is also here. We really, really thank you. STAR was also here. South Sudan Women with Disabilities is also present. Stella, I hope you're present there. And many more that I haven't yet mentioned, but I really appreciate your presence today. Tomorrow is also going to be an equally great day because we shall have Dr. Elizabeth beginning the day with the session that they had in WOW, because it was less than 2 weeks ago when they had the session conducted. So hope you will all be present tomorrow. We also, I also want to thank the business community, the government officials in the house. We cannot, you know, we have to run this country. We can't run it without you. The international organizations present, UNDP. Thank you so much, Ms. Margaret, for your great time. For those that I've not mentioned, don't think you're not at heart, you're really at heart, and we really appreciate if you could also come tomorrow for the last session that we're going to have. And I believe that it's going to be interesting. We hope tomorrow we shall start at the exact time and end with the exact, as early as possible so that we can retire early. Before you go home, kindly please pass by to take evening tea. And I would also like to note that in case of any question regarding this session, in case of any notes regarding this session, don't hesitate to ask any of our staff that are present, including me. And kindly, I would like us to stand up because I want us to end the day with a prayer as we retire. And also, I would like to have a volunteer on next to me here for the prayers. And with these few words, I would like to consider this meeting officially closed for today. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
خلينا نشكر ربنا يسوع المسيح لهذا اليوم الجميل، وهو كان معنا في كل شيء اللي احنا كنا قاعدين نعمله. خلينا احنا نصلي. أبويا السماوي، شكرا إلهنا العظيم، أبو ربنا يسوع المسيح، بنشكرك من أجل هذا اليوم يا رب إلهنا المبارك. شكرا ربنا، بارك أبنائك، بارك بناتك. ربنا أنت قلت أنتم مباركين في الدخول ومباركين في الخروج. ربنا قدنا بملائكة بتاعك يا رب إلى أماكن بتاع النوم في اسم ربنا يسوع المسيح، لحد نحن نرجع بكرة يا ربنا بالسلامة في اسم ربنا يسوع المسيح. صلينا آمين.